legge. Good morning, everyone. Hello, good morning. Welcome to the special magistrate hearing for November 6, 2025. If you wish to speak, please stand and raise your right hand. Please stand and raise your right hand. Do you all swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing? Thank you, and please silence all electronic devices.
Good morning, everyone. Our first case, page 51, Inspector Bernstein Sambert, case number CE 2407-0243, case address 3543 Southwest 15th Court, owner Erzad Khan and Stephanie Brown. This case was first heard 12/12/24 to comply by 12/22/24, 12/27/24, and 1/30/25. There are 3 suspensions noted on the agenda. One section complied at $150 per day, $6,550 is accrued, and the city is requesting the full amount.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. State your name for the record.
My name is Erzad.
Push the plus
Okay.
and then restate your name.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Erzad Khan.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning. City of Lauderdale Community Enhancement Court Inspector Bernstein Sambert, presenting case CE 2407-0243, property address 3543 Southwest 15th Court. As of today, all violations are in compliance. Your Honor, just want to inform you that the property owner has been communicating very effectively with myself as far as making sure he's keeping me updated with the violations he had on his property. He had a few violations, and I believe one of the reasons why he incurred some fines is because he had a health situation during the case that we had together. But overall, he's went over and beyond and just satisfied the violations.
What are the city's costs in this?
$1,473.
Okay. Yes, sir. What would you like to say?
If it pleases the court, can I have 1 minute to
Sure.
sort of explain
Sure.
the situation?
Yes.
Your Honor, in 2022, I purchased my home, what I thought was my dream home, for $410,000. I realized shortly thereafter that there were many deficiencies on this property that I kind of had no recourse on. I'm a single dad, 2 children. We all live in that home. And I have spent thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. New roof, new concrete, cracking here, drywall there, windows here. It's been never ending and nonstop. In December of 2024, I was in the hospital. I do have insurance, and ended up spending $22,000 out of pocket.
I'm sorry. No, just a minute. I mean, we have a long agenda.
Sure.
They're telling me that everything is in compliance.
Yes,
What
sir.
they're also telling me is that you work diligently to do that.
Yes, sir.
So there's a $6,000 fine. I'm going to reduce it to the city's costs, okay, which are, what, 1,000?
473.
The rest of it I'm going to waive. Okay?
Yes, sir.
And so how much time would you need to pay that?
At least 6 months.
You do 6 months?
Special magistrate, he can see Crystal in the back and speak to her, and we'll set up a payment plan for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm not trying to cut you off, but I mean, they're telling me and you're telling me that you did everything you could to take care of it, and I understand that, and that's, but I'm going to let them recoup their costs, but otherwise, I'm going to wipe it clean.
Sure.
Okay? Thank you,
I appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Our next case, page 44. Inspector Leonard Champagne, case number CE 2509-0307, case address 2525 Gulfstream Lane, owner Cy Lee, posted at property 10/15/25, posted at 1 East Broward 10/20/25.
Good morning. State your name for the record, please.
Good morning, sir. My name is Attorney Sam Stark. I'm representing Easy Breezy, BNB LLC, on behalf of Vanessa Sperduto, who's present.
Okay.
Good morning, Your Honor. Leonard Champagne for the City of Fort Lauderdale for case number CE 2509-0307, property address 2525 Gulfstream Lane. This property was initially inspected on 9/12/2025, and the following violations were observed. 15282 D1B. There were 4 violations of the city's ordinance, which constitutes a request for 365-day suspension of the vacation rental certificate. The cases with the violations are as follows. CE 25020330, trash carts 15278-3, and parking 15278-1E. Case CE 25060515, parking 15278-1E, and the maximum occupancy 15278-2B. The city is requesting the full 365-day suspension of the vacation rental certificate.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I'll be brief. I know that your docket is long, but and I recognize that I'm not here to relitigate any of the issues surrounding the code compliance. But what I think is important is to provide this panel with context surrounding those compliance issues, because it'll paint a better picture when you're getting ready to make your decision as far as suspension goes. As I understand it, you're governed by Section 15-282, subsection D, and looking at that statute, it specifically notes that the special magistrate may suspend a vacation rental certificate as opposed to must or shall. So this panel does have the discretion to either go with what the city recommends or to not issue a suspension. I provided Madam City Attorney, yourself, and Madam Clerk with a manila folder full of exhibits we're hoping that the panel will rely on when getting ready to render their decision. I would have the panel note that Easy Breezy took numerous steps to address issues of the property that night, June 18, 2025. The person who booked this property, Mr. Talia Butler, was a verified user on Airbnb. The reason that's important is because Ms. Perduto had no reason to believe that any of these issues would exist at any time. There were numerous steps taken to address the issues that existed. As noted in Exhibit E, which is a communication between Ms. Perduto and Ms. Butler on Airbnb, the panel will be able to note that when Ms. Butler informed Ms. Perduto that she was not at the property, Ms. Perduto's partner, Mr. Sean Howell, immediately drove to the property to address the issue. Ms. Butler was not answering or returning any calls that Ms. Perduto tried to make to disperse the gathering that existed. Ms. Perduto took the initiative to call the police at the scene to make sure that the party dispersed. You'll note that in looking at the conversation, Ms. Butler's comments are not visible, and that's because Airbnb removed her account due to false pretenses that she put forward in booking this Airbnb. It's clear that when Ms. Perduto recognized that the compliance issues existed, she took the initiative to reach out immediately to make sure that the gathering dispersed. This is evidenced by her statements, "Hey, we just tried to call you. Everybody needs to leave now. We don't allow parties at our home. I'm notifying Airbnb now. The cops are being called." In Exhibit F is a police report by Officer Spencer Daniel, who we asked to be here today, but is out of town, and we were denied a continuance to have him present, but we did provide a sworn affidavit by him. Looking at Mr. Daniel's police report, it notes that the police were proactively called to the scene to make sure that shows that Ms. Perduto took the initiative here to rectify any outstanding issues. Exhibit G is Officer Daniel's sworn affidavit. In his sworn affidavit, he notes that Ms. Perduto was the first to call the police to notify them of her need for their assistance to end the gathering. It notes that Mr. Howell, who works with Ms. Perduto as part of Easy Breezy B&B LLC, was the first on scene when he arrived. Again, shows proactivity to comply with code requirements. It notes that Mr. Howell acted in a professional, diligent, dignified way. All of this is to say that this panel has the discretion to decide not to suspend Easy Breezy B&B LLC's license. This agency is this family's primary source of income. To suspend their license after it's been shown what Ms. Perduto and Mr. Howell did in order to take care of these issues would send, in my opinion, a dangerous message to anybody in the future who's trying to prevent these issues from happening. In conclusion, we'll ask that this panel exercise their discretion and decide not to suspend the license. But if the panel is inclined to agree with the city's request, we'd ask that the panel consider it 30 days. Nothing further, sir.
Okay. City, you want to respond?
Yes, sir. For the record, Ronald Montoya Hassan, Senior Assistant City Attorney. I'd like to it's very short, so I'd like to read into the record, so also counsel will have the benefit, since he was kind enough to provide all these copies, an email sent to the magistrate dated November 3rd, 2025, with regard to this case. Dear Magistrate Duty, on behalf of the Lauderdale Isles Civic Improvement Association, we respectfully request the full 365-day suspension be imposed in this case. At the vacation rental suspension hearings, much of the focus tends to center on the impact to the property owner. Unfortunately, this often overlooks the very real and lasting impact on the neighborhood, the residents who had to endure the repeated and egregious violations that led to this enforcement action. As stated in the first sentence of Section 15-270 of the City Code, quote, the City Commission finds that certain transitory uses of residential property tend to affect the residential character of the community and are injurious to the health of the community, close quote. We urge you to keep this legislative intent in mind along with the experience of our community when rendering your decision. The code is unambiguous regarding this matter, quote, Section 15-282D1A, upon a fourth violation of this article, the vacation rental certificate shall be suspended for a period of 365 calendar days, close quote. In light of the clear language of the ordinance and the severe disruption caused to the surrounding residents, we respectfully request that you rule in full accordance with the code and impose the 365-day suspension. Sincerely, the Lauderdale Isles Civic Improvement Association Board of Directors.
You want to respond or not?
Yes, sir. In looking at the code that I believe that this panel is required to rely on, Section 15-282D, which governs suspension of vacation rental certificate of compliance, it clearly notes that a special magistrate may suspend a license. I provided another document in the middle folder that I provided. It's an opinion by Justice Sotomayor that explains what may means. She says, quote, may does not suggest discretion, it clearly connotes it. So this isn't a matter where this panel is beholden to suspend it for 365. It clearly has discretion to do whatever it wants.
I've got two sides telling me with different positions they think the ordinance is unambiguous. I don't agree with that. I think that it is a bit ambiguous. Nevertheless, I'm supposed to figure out what the intent was of the ordinance. It says may in one section, it says shall in another. I think when you read the intent, when you read everything in its totality, the idea is that it doesn't give me a lot of discretion. That once there's 4 violations, it says shall be suspended. I think they probably should readdress the language to clarify it. But taking the language that I have to deal with and looking at it in totality, I think they wanted to send the clear direction to whoever decided these cases that if there's 4 violations that you suspended for 365 days, and I'm going to do that. I'm going to find that the violation there are 4 violations, and I'm going to suspend it for the totality of the time. I'll give you 30 days, or how much time do you need?
30 days.
30 days will do.
Thank
All
you,
right.
sir.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 5, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 25080614, case address 436 South Andrews Avenue, owner 420 South Andrews Avenue LLC, posted at property 101425, posted at 1 East Broward 102025.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How are you?
State your name for the record, please.
Carl Matone on behalf of the owner of the property, property manager.
Okay.
Good morning. Good morning, Special Magistrate Gus Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case number CE 25070552 for the property located at 436 South Andrews Avenue. Inspection of the property was performed by Senior Inspector Steinberg on August 22nd, 2025, and cited for the following violations: 9-306. The exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and peeling paint, including the red paved walkway. 47-20.20.H point. There are parking facilities that are not maintained at this property. The parking areas are stained. Courtesy notice was sent to the property owner listed on BCPF via first class mail August 22nd, allowing 30 days to come into compliance. Contact has been made with the property representative. Special magistrate request form sent on September 25th to be scheduled for today's special master. Pre-hearing inspection was carried out on October 22nd and this morning. And pictures presented here were taken to confirm the violations, even though they are bringing them up to compliance, are not in compliance as of today. The city is requesting 35 days to come into compliance. There are a daily fine of $100 for the violations that exist. Photos submitted into record for evidence, and we have the property manager representative here with us today.
Yes, sir. What would you like to say? Anything?
Just that we're aware of the situation. We are making the repairs. Over the weekend, this whole property will be painted, and subsequently, right after, we intend to seal coat and restripe both the 436 and the 440 parking lot, which is the lot directly to the left in that picture in the exhibit right here. And yeah, that's really it.
Okay. So, are you looking for an order to reappear?
No, I don't think so. There is progress, Magistrate. I don't think there will be an order to reappear.
Okay.
It's just a matter of...
What was the recommended fine amount?
35 days to come into compliance for both violations, or a daily fine of $100 for each of the violations that exist.
I don't think anybody's disputing the violation. I'll find it exists. The respondent will be given to December 11th to come into compliance or face a fine of $100 for each violation. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you, Magistrate.
Our next case, page 41, Inspector Matthew Flesher, case number CE 2507040, case address 2431 Key Largo Lane, owner Domain L.
Okay.
Gabriella Beltran, property manager.
Okay. Thank you.
Good morning. This is Matthew Flesher with the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case number CE 2507040 for the property located at 2431 Key Largo Lane. This case was first cited on July 14, 2025 for the following violation. 18-1 is complied. There is spewage of oil and gasoline emanating from a sunken jet ski with FL numbers FL4682TP, Dr. Mord, at this property that is creating a public nuisance. The spewage went into the waterway and threatened and endangered the public health, safety, or welfare, or may have adversely affected and impaired the economic welfare of adjacent properties. Due to the nature of this violation, this case will be presented to the special magistrate whether or not the property comes into compliance before the hearing for an imposition of fines up to the sum of $15,000. The property was re-inspected on August 28 and the violation was in compliance. The city is seeking a one-time fine of $15,000 due to the irreparable and irreversible nature of the violation.
Yes, sir.
I'm homeowner. This is property manager. As we understand it, as reported from the tenant that's living on the property, jet ski sunk. They don't know exactly why it sunk. It was removed within a couple hours of it sinking, and we have video evidence that there is no oil spill, and I could present it to you if it's would be helpful.
Okay.
Should I approach?
Yeah, you're going to show it on the phone? Is that what you're going to show?
Yeah.
Why don't you show it to the city first?
Yeah. Sure. There was no gas or oil leaking from the jet ski, and it was removed, as I understand it, within 2 hours of it sinking. And it wasn't intentional, obviously. This was some type of accident. You guys can watch it again if necessary.
It's okay.
Can I see it? Sir, can I see it?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah, guys. So do you want to respond?
Excuse me. Hi, Supervisor Brown, City of Fort Lauderdale.
Yes.
The photos that you're showing, what date are those photos from?
It's a video. It's from the day of that incident.
Okay, so the code officer that inspected wrote in his notes that he did see
Is he here?
he saw the oil.
No, is that code officer here?
You said is the code officer here?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's here.
I mean, I got to be honest with you. I looked at the video and what I saw was a jet ski underwater, but it doesn't indicate, it gives no indication either way whether there's oil or not.
Well, I just didn't see any on the surface.
Well, I mean,
And sometimes it can be hard to photograph
yeah, right.
with the water.
You're not quite sure how you photograph it, but anyway. Good afternoon, or good morning. Can you state your name for the record, please?
Officer Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale. I'm also the waterway inspector for the city. At the time of the inspection, I did see there was gasoline that was spewing out of that jet ski. So if you look at some of the pictures, and I'm going to approach the picture right here. Those shades that are like this, that's gasoline.
I'm sorry, I couldn't see, you were blocking it.
The shades that are shaded like
Yeah,
this.
actually I can see it. I can see it there, right there.
And not only that, you can actually smell the gasoline, and that's actually what attracted to us, the gasoline smell on the water.
All right, anything else anybody wants to add?
I don't think we have anything additional. We can only report what we were told and what the video that I was given shows.
I mean, number one, I don't think your video is conclusive, and I think it appears to me what would look like, actually. I can see some discoloration there what looks to me like gasoline, and he's testified he saw it and smelled it, so I tend to think it was truly there. I'm going to find that the violation exists. I'm going to impose a fine of $10,000. How much time do you need to pay that?
Is there anything we can do? That seems like a really steep fine for a sunken jet ski that came out in 2 hours.
City, want to respond?
Sir, the city has a lien amnesty program that can reduce fine amounts up to 85%, depending on the situation and what the violation is for. The ladies in the back can give you the information for that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that they're going to do that amount, but there is an amnesty program that you could apply for and make your argument.
Okay.
So I set a time for payment?
No, there's no time because
Okay.
they get the bill.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good.
Our next case, page 13, Inspector Vanessa Willis, case number CE 25030774, case address 614 North Andrews Avenue, owner Wisdom Village Crossing LP, posted at property 102325, posted at 1 East Broward 102025.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Can you state your name for the record, please?
Sure, Jose Alvarez.
Are you the owner?
I'm the owner's rep.
Good morning, Vanessa Willis, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE 25030774 for the property located at 615 North Andrews Avenue. The property was first inspected on March 31st, 2025, and given time to correct for the following violations. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia, soffit, and balconies are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. Building walls are dirty, faded, and discolored. 9-307 complied. 9-280 parentheses B complied. The property was posted on October 23rd, 2025 at the property and also on 1 East Broward Boulevard on 10/20/2025. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on November 1st, 2025, and violation 9-306 remains in non-compliance as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 84 days to comply with 9-306 or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
Yes, sir.
We will take the 84 days.
84 days?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to find that the violation exists. The respondent will be given until January 9th, not 29 of 2026 to come into compliance or face fine of $100 a day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 40. Inspector Matthew Flesher, case number CE 25080512, case address 1984 Southwest 29th Avenue, numbers 1 and 2. Owner Rohan Units LLC in care of Upside Management LLC. Posted at property 101525, posted at 1 East Broward 102025.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Can you state your name for the record?
Yanir Hadan.
Okay. You're the owner?
Correct.
This is Matthew Flesher for the City of Fort Lauderdale Co-Compliance, presenting case CE 250800512 for the property located at 1984 Southwest 29th Avenue. This case was first cited on August 19, 2025 for the following violations. 47-20.20.h is complied. There are parking facilities that are not maintained at this RD-12.22 zoned property. Both parking lots have cracks, holes, and uneven surfaces throughout. The wheel stops have stains. This is a repeat violation. Refer to case number CE 24070-188. Fines shall begin to accrue immediately. Fines shall run daily until compliance is met. This case will be presented to the special magistrate whether or not compliance is met to impose the fines accrued. 9-306 is complied. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. There are areas of the walls that have black stains, and there are areas of the bricks that are faded and do not match the surrounding. This is a recurring violation. Refer to case number CE 24070-188. This case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation complies prior to the hearing date. 9-305B is complied. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the property and on the swale. This is a recurring violation. Refer to case number CE 24040-834. This case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation complies prior to the hearing date. 9-304B is complied. 18-1 is complied. 47-39.A.1.B6B is complied. All violations were complied as of September 21, 2025. The city is seeking a one-time fine for the repeat violation of 47-20.20.h of $350, $50 per day for the 7 days it was out of compliance, and a finding of fact for violations 9-306 and 9-305B.
Yes, sir.
All right, sir. Thank you very much for hearing me out. The two open violations, which consist of the parking lots and the missing saw that was presented in this exactly picture, if you could take one back.
Sir, I'm sorry. I don't think there's any outstanding violations right now. I think what he said is, just listen to me.
Everything was
just listen to what I'm saying.
Okay.
Everything is complied.
Okay.
What he's looking for is imposition of fine for the period of time. It's a repeat violation, so once they see it, the fine starts to run when they observe it. So they're looking for $350.
Yes, $350. It was out of compliance for 7 days.
So that's $50 a day?
Yes.
So everything's in compliance, what they're looking for, and they want me to make finding of facts for two particular other violations, recognizing they're in compliance, but if they were to happen again, that would mean that they would be repeat violations.
The repeat violations are not on the same property, to mention that, but it was done on the spot, considering the fact that this week was full of thunderstorms. I have your weather report if I want to present it to you.
You want to show it to the city, please?
Yeah.
What is that?
It's a weather report.
What is the weather report about?
The weather report has to do if you want us to fix a parking lot and there's thunderstorms throughout the week, and obviously we can't risk any personnel, vendors, or ourselves. It was done, as mentioned by the city, within 6 days or 7 days.
How much time did you give them to correct it?
So since it was a repeat violation, the fines were just accruing immediately. And they complied it within 7 days.
Okay. All right, I'm going to waive the fine amount. I'm going to make finding of facts for, what do you want, 9306 and 9305B?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, I'm going to find that they exist, and if they happen again, they'll be repeat violations. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Sir, apparently you have some more cases.
It's exactly the same situation.
Our next case, page 42, Inspector Matthew Flesher, case number CE 25080523, case address 1985 Southwest 28th Avenue, 28th Lane, numbers 1 and 2, owner Rohan Units LLC, in care of Upside Management, posted at property 10/15/25, posted at 1 East Broward 10/20/25.
This is Matthew. Oh,
I'm sorry. You need to state your name for the record again.
My name is Yanir Adan. I'm the property owner, Your Honor.
Are these adjacent properties?
Yes,
So
they're
that's
all.
why the cases.
Yeah, they're all duplexes.
How many of them are there?
There's 3 total.
Okay, and the circumstances are the same.
Yes, for one of them, I think it's this. It could be this one or the next one. Oh, this one, there's still some missing ground cover. The other one, everything is complied, but this one, there's still some missing ground cover there.
So 305B is still in violation?
Yes.
Okay. What are you recommending for time for compliance for that?
This for the 9305B, the city is asking for 35 days or a fine of $50 per day.
I want to mention that this is due to a project of FPL. They're the one responsible for repairing the sod, and I just got a message they're scheduled to complete within 2 weeks, so I think 35 days is more than enough.
All right, I'm going to find that the violation exists. This is 9-305B. The respondent will be given until December 11th to come into compliance or face a fine of $50 a day. And the other violation, I'm going to waive the fine.
Okay.
Let's do the next case. Again, this is the exact same case as 3 times, right?
Yes.
Magistrate, I'm sorry, but he has to read each case in individually, correct?
No, I understand that. I understand that.
Okay.
He's going to do that. I'm just sort of stating that the facts of
Okay.
each case.
So should I read this?
Yeah,
Should I read the first
read
one?
the
Okay.
next one.
All right. So for
What page is that on?
The next case, page 41.
41.
Inspector
Hold
Matthew.
on. The inspector wasn't able to read in the violations from
Right.
page 42, which he needs to do.
Okay.
And there are, yeah.
Go ahead.
This is Matthew Flesher for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case number CE 25080-523 for the property located at 1985 Southwest 28th Lane. This case was first cited on August 19, 2025 for the following violations. 47-20.20.h is complied. There are parking facilities that are not maintained at this RD-12.22 zoned property. Both parking lots have cracks, holes, and uneven surfaces throughout. The wheel stops have stains. This is a repeat violation. Refer to case number CE 24070-188. Fine shall begin to accrue immediately. Fine shall run daily until compliance is met. This case will be presented to the special magistrate whether or not compliance is met to impose the fines accrued. 9-306 is complied. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. There are areas of the walls that have black stains. There are areas of the bricks that are faded and do not match the surrounding brick. This is a recurring violation. Refer to case number CE 24070-188. This case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation complies prior to the hearing date. 9-304B is complied. 47-39.A.1.B 6B is complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on November 2, 2025, and violation 9-305B remained. Violation 9-305B is there is dead and missing ground cover. The city is seeking a one-time fine of $350 for the repeat violation of 47-20.20.h, which is $50 per day for the 7 days it was out of compliance, and a finding of fact for violation 9-306, and a compliance deadline of 35 days for violation 9-305B, or a fine of $50 per day to run thereafter.
Okay, I'm going to waive the fines for 47-20.20H. I'm going to make a finding of fact for 9-306. I'm going to find that 9-305B is in violation. The respondent will be given to December 11th to come into compliance or face a fine. What was the fine amount? $50?
$50 per day.
$50 a day. Okay, we have one more.
Yes.
Next case, page 41, Inspector Matthew Flesher, case number CE 2508-0519, case address 2889 Southwest 19th Place, numbers 1 and 2. Owner Rohan Units LLC in care of Upside Management, posted at property 101525, posted at 1 East Broward 102025.
Yanira Dan, property owner.
Thank you.
This is Matthew Flesher for the City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance, presenting case number CE 25080-519 for the property located at 2889 Southwest 19th Place. This case was first cited on August 19th, 2025 for the following violations. 47-20.20.h is complied. There are parking facilities that are not maintained at this RD-12.22 zoned property. Both parking lots have cracks, holes, and uneven surfaces throughout. The wheel stops have stains. This is a repeat violation. Refer to case number CE 24070-188. Fines shall begin to accrue immediately. Fines shall run daily until compliance is met. This case will be presented to the special magistrate whether or not compliance is met to impose the fines accrued. 9-306 is complied. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. There are areas of the walls that have black stains. There are areas of the bricks that are faded and do not match the surrounding bricks. This is a recurring violation. Refer to case number CE 24070-188. This case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation complies prior to the hearing date. 9-304B is complied. 47-39.A.1.B 6B is complied. All the violations were complied as of September 16, 2025. The city is seeking a one-time fine of $350 for the repeat violation of 47-20.20.h, which is $50 per day for the 7 days it was out of compliance, and a finding of fact for violation 9-306.
All right, I'm going to waive the fine for 47-20.20H. I'm going to make a finding of fact for 9-306. And all violations are currently in compliance. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 60, Inspector Gail Williams, John Claude Noel presenting case number CE 2502-0442, case address 1640 Northwest 4th Avenue, owner Ruben Louis Herrera. This case was first heard 6/10/25 to comply by 7/8/25. One suspension from 9/25/25 to 10/5/25. One section complied at $50 per day, $4,550 accrued, and the city is requesting the full amount.
Good morning, sir. Can you state your name for the record, please?
Ruben Herrera.
Are you the owner?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Inspector Jean-Claude Noah presenting case on behalf of Senior Officer Gail Williams for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Presenting case that was just read. This case was first heard on June 10, 2025. All violations have complied. The city is requesting the full imposition of fines.
Yes, sir.
They are now requesting me to pay fines.
Yes.
But they're clearing this from moving forward with anything else as far as my yard, right? I need to understand this because she came out.
City can explain it to you.
All right, let me just explain. She came out on the 7th of October, which was one day, I guess, past the expiration date of them attending my yard.
Okay.
So now I'm being fined $4,000.
So the case was put into compliance on October 17th, and you were supposed to comply. There was some gaps in between, so there were 91 days in total that you were out of compliance with the daily fine for those 91 days, accruing at $50 per day. So that's how you get to the $4,550.
That doesn't make any sense because the Majesty before you gave me a grace period. So how did you get $4,000?
No, the city can respond. I mean,
So the compliance date was originally July 8th, 2025, and then it came back again.
Correct.
In September.
Correct.
And then
and the fine accrued by September.
Yes. So
what often happens? Let me speak. What often happens is this.
Okay.
Someone comes back. They have a fine. The magistrate gives them additional time to come into compliance, and let me finish. And they suspend the fine during that period of time. They don't wipe out the prior fine. They suspend it for running while they give you additional time to come into compliance. That's
Okay,
what
so
it looks
then
like.
you guys
What
need to
happened.
be clear on that. I didn't understand that.
Well, but that's why I'm explaining it to you. When they suspended it, they stopped it. You probably appeared. You made an argument. They were going to give you more time. They said, "We'll stop the fine from running during this period of time." But they didn't wipe out the prior fine that existed. I'm sure that's what happened. It happens all the time in this room. So what they're asking me to do is to make a finding that the violation is in compliance since there's existing fines. I think the record clearly shows that. I'm going to do that. There is an amnesty program that you can apply for now that it's in compliance, and they can reduce the fine pretty substantially, but you have to make an application for that. Okay?
Okay.
That's how we got here.
Makes no sense, but thank you.
Thank you.
The ladies in the back can help you with that program.
Our next case, page 46, Inspector Mohammed Dayam, case number CE 25080735, case address 827 Southwest 28th Street, owner Andres Ali Vivas. This case was first cited 72325 to comply by 72325. One section complied at $1,000 for a total of $1,000. Appeal deadline was 8/7/25. City is requesting the full amount, and a citation appeal was received.
Good morning. Can you state your name for the record, please?
Good morning, Magistrate. Matthew DeLillo.
Okay.
Good morning. This is Mohammed Dayam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Officer, presenting case and address as read. The property was initially inspected on July 24th, 2025, following a neighbor complaint of an illicit discharge of hazardous material into the ground, and the following violation was observed. 25-14, there is an extensive amount of gasoline was poured from this property into the ground, which constitutes an improper disposal of a hazardous substance that poses a significant risk to public health, soil and groundwater quality, and the surrounding environment. During the inspection, gasoline was observed and detected coming from the complainee's property into the complainant property. Due to the irreversible and irreparable nature of the violation, a civil fine of $1,000 was issued. Citation was posted on August 27th, 2025.
Yes, sir.
Magistrate, I'd like to point out that this is a home under construction. I don't live there. So on a daily basis, there's a number of different construction machines or whatever it may be. So I'm not on the property. I don't know how the gas got there. However, to comply with this civil violation, I did have the Department of Environmental Protection come out. This gentleman here has determined that it looks like it was construction equipment that actually where the gas may have come from, and it's estimated to be at a gallon or less that was actually spilled. So, because this was done, I then went ahead and had it remediated. At the remediation, which was completed about a month ago, I have these that show there's no longer any type of gasoline on the property. No longer any gasoline on the property.
You want to show the environmental report to the city? To the city, please.
And Your Honor, the complainant is also here and would like to speak as well.
It says it's done through visual observation, so there were none any equipment done in the report.
We're just noting that this discharge report form says it's through visual observation only, and there was no testing actually done, Your Honor.
You want to go back to the microphone?
And what's the date on that report? Because the violation happened about a month ago. Yeah, the violation happened on July 24th. And Magistrate, I have further photos.
Just a minute. The report is dated when?
The report would be dated October 10th.
Okay, when was the violation?
July 23rd.
So you give me a report that was conducted in October for a violation about gasoline on the ground in July. Is that what I'm hearing?
That's when I was notified with the civil violation that there's gasoline.
But do you think that, I mean, I accept the report, and I would assume that by October most of the gasoline was gone. It makes kind of sort of common sense to me that what the report dealt with wasn't what was there in July. You got an inspection done that's 3 months, 4 months later.
No, sir.
Yes, sir. That is the fact, though.
It was July 23rd.
Was the violation, and you report, and you had somebody come out and look at your property in October.
I had it remediated in October. Right?
In October, they did the report. What you submitted me was a report that suggested it was less than a gallon. This is based on somebody doing an analysis several months after the violation itself took place. I'm just questioning whether that is really that useful a bit of information.
I don't have the document in front of me, but that document from the Department of Environmental Services is the gentleman that came out, I believe, within a week or a week and a half of the violation itself. I don't know what the date is off the top of my head.
You guys find a date on it?
This is gentleman.
Just a minute. Just a minute.
There's no date exactly, Your Honor, to be able to ascertain when the environmental inspector came out. It just says the date of form completion, which is 9/15/2025. So ostensibly right around that time would be reasonable.
Sure. All right. September. Okay. Is there someone else that was?
Yeah, the complainant is here, Your Honor, and would like to speak to the magistrate.
Sir. Let me hear from them. Good afternoon. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. My name is Adrian Poe, and I'm the homeowner directly next to this property. He is correct where he doesn't live there, but he actually lives the house next to that, and then he also owns the house next to that. So he owns all three properties. The construction is happening next in my building. I just wanted to let you know, he has a history of pattern of behavior trying to kill this tree.
All right, now just a minute,
Sure.
though. My job is to make a factual,
Sure.
just let me finish, to make a factual determination as to whether this violation exists.
Sure.
I'm not really going to listen to a past history about facts that don't deal with, I need to know about this violation, not a past history. So if you want to address that, I'll listen to
Yes,
that.
I do. I do have a letter from the Florida Department of Environmental Protection here for you with the dates that you were looking for.
You want to show it to him? And then
the
show
amount
it to
of gas was an extreme amount of gas, and it actually did run down onto my property, and he had been poisoning this tree for some time, but I wasn't sure with what until this day where Mohammed came out and smelled the gas. I smelled it in my home. I came out and I was hit because this tree is about 15 feet from my front door. Actually, just yesterday, I had to have another code enforcement. I had Mohammed back out. They either poured more gas or they disturbed the soil around the tree to where you can smell the gas, and he can attest to that. There is a code violation from just yesterday.
Just a minute. Can you give that document to the city, please? Thank you. Everybody just relax for a second. Who is Joseph that they refer to in this letter?
That's the inspector, the Florida Department of Environmental, he's the
Okay.
inspector who did the soil testing or whatever, the VOC testing.
Okay. Anything else you want to add?
It's an ongoing issue. It's not just a cleanup once and done. I'm actually going to have, Joseph is going to be coming back out again to address the new situation that just happened yesterday.
Magistrate, may I?
Yes.
Okay, I just noticed on the violation notice that the date issued is 8/27, which seems to be more in line with my personal time frame of working with getting this done. I have no idea why Ms. Poe would think that I would recontaminate something that I've already cleaned up. It doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. I will say this. I did not put any gasoline anywhere near this tree or anywhere on the property.
I'm not,
I don't.
Okay, here's what I think. I think the facts indicate the gasoline was there. Okay? I mean, I got an inspector that smelled it. Let me just finish. How it got there, I'll leave that up to you. I guess maybe it's your contractors. I don't know. But I'm going to find that the violation does exist. I'm going to impose the fine of $1,000. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank
That's
you.
entered into the record. Yeah, actually, you need to keep that in the record.
Our next case, page 38, Inspector Matthew Flesher, case number CE 2506-0029, case address 2901 Southwest 17th Street. Owner A&D Reholdings LLC, posted at property 101725, posted at 1 East Broward 102025.
Good morning, sir. Can you state your
morning.
name for the record, please?
Adrian English, owner.
Okay.
This is Matthew Flesher for the City of Fort Lauderdale Co-Compliance, presenting case number CE 25060029 for the property located at 2901 Southwest 17th Street. This case was first cited on June 11, 2025 for the following violation, 47-18.47.a. This RD-12.22 zoned property has been identified as a community residence. They have not registered with the Department of Sustainable Development in the City of Fort Lauderdale. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on November 4, 2025, and the violation remained. The city is seeking a compliance deadline of 84 days with an order to reappear or a fine of $100 per day to run thereafter.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so it's to my understanding that our tenant, he's complying. I believe there's some permitting that needs to be done.
I'm sorry, your client is complying? Is that what I heard?
Yeah, from my understanding, our tenant is complying, and I believe there's some permitting that needs to be completed to get this completed, but he's complying, from my understanding.
Okay, so they're looking to give you 84 days to come into compliance. That would be January 29, 2026, or a fine, yeah.
Hi, my name is Nancy Garcia with the Urban Design and Planning Division. In order for the property to become into compliance, they do have to do an administrative process with us. That being said, we think that 3 to 6 months is a more reasonable number to allow the applicant to come into compliance.
What is 6 months? What's the date on 6 months? I don't think it's on the sheet. I think they're telling me there's an administrative process you're going to have to go through. So.
Yeah. Right.
You do the 175?
175 days, that would be April 30th of next year.
Okay.
Or a fine of what? $50?
A fine of $100 per day.
$100 a day.
With an order to reappear.
With an order to reappear.
What was the date again? April?
April 30th, 2026.
Perfect.
Okay? Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 12. Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 2507-0441, case address 1500 East Sunrise Boulevard, owner 1500 East Sunrise Boulevard LLC, posted at property 101625, posted at 1 East Broward 102025.
Good morning, sir. Can you state your name for the record, please?
Morning. Name is Eric Barclay.
Okay. You're the owner of the property, or what?
I am not.
What's your relationship to the property?
I'm the district manager of the business that rents the property. The landlord gave me power of attorney to come listen.
So you represent the tenant, really?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Jean-Claude Noel for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Code compliance presented in the case that was just read. The property was first inspected on 7/15/2025, and the following violations were observed. 18-12A complied, 9-305B complied, 47-19.5E.7 withdrawn, 9-280C complied, 18-1 complied, 47-20.20H. The parking facilities are not maintained at this property. The asphalt surface has cracks and damages and is discolored. There are wheel stops which are discolored and peeling paint, and the striping is faded and missing. 24-29A complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on November 5th, 2025, and the property remains in violation for 47-20.20H. The city is requesting 84 days to comply with this violation, or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
Yes, sir. Anything you want to say?
Nothing
Okay, I'm going to find that the violation exists. It doesn't seem to be in dispute. The respondent will be given until January 29th to come into compliance, or a fine of what? How much?
$100 a day.
$100 a day. Okay. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 55, Inspector Vanessa Willis, case number CE 2409031, case address 1132 Northwest 2nd Street, owner EZR Properties LLC. This case was first heard 7/24/25 to comply by 8/3/25 and 8/28/25. 9 sections not complied at $100 per day. $70,500 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Good morning, sir. State your name for the record, please.
Good morning, Order. My name is Cicewon Tamastina. I am the property manager.
Okay, let me hear from the city, please.
Good morning, Vanessa Willis for the city of Fort Lauderdale, code compliance. This property was first heard on July 24, 2025, and the following violations remain in non-compliance as of the reinspection date of November 1st. So the city is requesting that the fines go forth.
Yes, good morning. I visited the property yesterday. I clean out everything. For me, I am ordering another inspection to make the property clear and free from all the violations, because we fix everything.
Don't you need to read the violations into the record?
No, not in Massey.
Okay. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I visited the property yesterday. Currently, everything is fixed. We clean out. Everything is compliance now. I would like the inspector to reschedule a reinspection to clear all the violations.
Have you registered the property as a rental property?
That's the one that I didn't know. I'm going to do it today.
City doesn't have a problem with the 10-day stay of fines to conduct the reinspection, and I guess we could bring it back for another hearing.
All right, I'll do that. I'll extend the time for compliance 10 days, which would be until November 16th, and would come back for when? December hearing?
Okay.
Yes.
What's the hearing date in December? December 11th. With an order.
Oh, okay.
So, she's going to make sure that what you told me was correct.
Okay.
And then I think they're giving you a couple of days to do the registration, which you tell me that you're in the process of doing.
Could do today.
Yeah, so if that turns out not to be the case, that it's not in compliance, it'll be back here in December.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Our next case, page 48, Inspector Karen Proto, Edward Eason, presenting case number CE 250-40660, case address 3081 Northwest 19th Street, owner SMH 1986 Investments LLC. This case was first heard 7/24/25 to comply by 8/28/25. 5 sections complied at $100 per day, $34,000 accrued, and the city is requesting the full amount.
Good morning. State your name for the record, please.
Good morning, Sophia Harnarine.
Okay. Are you the owner of the property? Yes. Okay.
Good morning, Inspector Edward Easton, City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 2504-0660 for the address of 3081 Northwest 19th Street.
At the special magistrate hearing on 7/24/25, Special Magistrate Flynn ordered 35 days to comply or $100 per day thereafter per violation. A notice of hearing was posted to the property on 10/16/25. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 11/5/25 and all violations were complied. The city is requesting full imposition of fines.
Yes, ma'am.
We purchased this property, September was a year, and we're now realizing how difficult it is to maintain the property because of the area. One of our biggest issues was the trash in the back of the building. We've replaced that fence about 3 times within the past year, and somehow after business hours, I don't know if the area is just trashed or they're broken into, but that is our biggest issue.
Here's the deal. They are telling me that all the violations are in compliance.
Yes.
Okay. So, but there are existing fine amounts. What they're asking me to do is to impose the fine, which I'm going to do, and then there's an amnesty program. Now that you're in compliance, that you can apply to get the fine reduced. So the arguments that you're making about trying to bring it into compliance would probably be more effective when you make the argument to get the fine reduced.
Okay.
I'm just making it a factual finding that it is in compliance and that there's existing fines, and I'm going to do that. I'm going to pose the fines. And I think they keep telling me that there's someone in the back that can talk to you about how to get into the amnesty program now that you're in compliance.
Okay.
Good luck to you.
All right. Thank you.
Our next case, page 54, Inspector Guy Siderman, case number CE 24100655, case address 800 Northwest 15th Avenue, owner Gregory Joseph. This case was first heard 7/24/25 to comply by 8/3/25 and 9/25/25. 3 sections complied at $50 per day, $3,350 accrued, and the city is requesting the full amount.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Can you state your name for the record, please?
Gregory, no middle name, Joseph.
Okay. Yes.
I couldn't afford it, so.
Name, case, and address as read at the Special Magistrate hearing on 7/24/2025. Special Magistrate Flynn ordered the 10 days to comply for violation 1812A and for the remaining violation 63 days to comply or $50 per day thereafter per violation. Violations 1812A complied on 9/29/25, being out of compliance for 57 days. Violation 9, Tag 305B complied on 9/29/25, being out of compliance for 5 days. Violation 9, Tag 280H1 complied on 9/29/2025, being out of compliance for 5 days. Property was posted on 10/27/25. As of today's date, all violations are complied. The city is requesting full imposition of fines.
Yes, sir.
I guess the amnesty I'm gonna comply with everything.
Right.
The amnesty program. I took your advice. The one situation with the trash that was put in front of my house that had nothing to do with. So I found the individual. It did get violent. Had to call the police and do all that type of stuff. So I'm still in the middle of dealing with that individual because that particular area, people tend to just throw stuff. Like there's people that just drive by and you saw how people were just throwing trash. So I got into it myself with the people who do that type of nonsense. The only thing I want to know is there a better way of stopping people throwing trash? And again, because
look, I'm sympathetic. I've been doing this a while, and I know property owners.
I just got out the military,
people that come and dump on, there's no simple solution. There really isn't, and I really probably am not going to go down that road. I don't know if it's fencing or what it is, but I understand what you're telling me.
Yeah,
I truly understand that this is a problem that is not easy to deal with. Let me ask: is there a fee amount for the amnesty program? $175. Okay. What I'm trying to figure, I have some authority to reduce the fine, but it might be better if you go through the amnesty program.
Okay.
I might just want to make sure that the fees to get into the amnesty program aren't too. What's the city's cost here? I'm going to reduce it to the administrative cost. $626. Pay. How much time do you need to pay that?
Probably like 60 days, give or take.
We'll do 60 days.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do I see her in the back?
No, actually, I just reduced it for you
Okay.
to $600 and some dollars.
So you'll get an order in the mail with instructions.
Oh, okay.
I was directing you toward amnesty, but your case is a little different because most of them you were out of compliance for just 5 days, and then the one that went on was the one about people dumping trash. So I reduced it. When the fines are greater, I think the amnesty program makes more sense than me. But anyway.
Thank you again.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 68. Inspector Ahmad Wallace, Robert Kroc presenting case number CE 250-80640, case address 2985 North Ocean Boulevard, owner Publix Supermarkets, Inc. This case was first heard 9/25/25 to comply by 11/6/25. One section not complied at $500 per day. Fines start 11/7/25, and this is in order to reappear.
Good morning.
Good morning. Heidi Davis with the law firm of Gunster, representing Publix Supermarkets, Inc.
Okay.
Inspector Robert Kroc presenting on behalf of the city. Case and address as read. The property was first inspected on 8/16 and was just re-inspected on 11/01/2025. At that inspection, it was found that the property still remained in violation of the noise ordinance 17-62. The readings that were found at that property were 62 dBA, 65 dBA, and 62 dBA on 11/01/2025.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, good morning. So we were here on September 25th, and the special magistrate granted us additional time to come into compliance, and we are still working on the systems. So since September 25th, I just wanted to put into the record that Publix has changed the control, and also, I'm sorry, this is Omar Aguilar. He's with Publix's engineering construction team who's been working diligently on this project. So since September 25th, we've changed the control settings on the main air conditioner. Actually, let me show you because you weren't here last time.
Let me ask you, how long, I think you're looking for additional time?
Yes, we're looking for additional time.
How much additional time are you looking for?
So because of the holidays, we were hoping that we could do at least 60 to 80 days. I think the 80 days is the January meeting.
There's someone standing behind you, which
Yes.
I would assume is somebody that wants to address this issue. Could you step aside just for a second and let her address?
Can I come back and talk?
Yes. Hello.
Yes, I'm the one who filed the complaint. My name is Sophie Hill. I'm on the 1810 apartment in the 10 stack, which faces the noise that's coming from Publix. The disruption has continued since the last hearing. I've recorded decibel levels in excess of 80 to 122 decibels. I have a USB stick with screenshots of these readings as evidence. The situation is unacceptable for a residential building, and I am formally requesting an acoustical engineer be required to assess and correct the situation. None has been involved since the very beginning. The attorney for Publix even stated on September 25th that the rooftop structure is only 70 feet from the 10 stack. The sound reflects off our glass walls and is amplified inside the balconies. It actually gets trapped because there is an overhang on each level and glass around the balconies. So enjoying our space, having windows open, etc., is not possible. It also drags down our property prices if we're selling, and we need to protect our resale value, particularly in these times. This not only affects health, wellness, but enjoyment of our space.
Okay. First of all, I don't have the authority to require anyone to specifically hire someone else. That's beyond the scope that I have. There's been a finding made that the violation exists. The sole issue today is whether there's additional time or not. So I've heard what you've said. I'd ask counsel to address her concerns, what she said.
Excuse me. Yes.
When did this case start, by the way? It was heard in September.
I think the violation was August.
August 16th.
Yes. And prior, just so you know some background, because you weren't the special magistrate last time. So the store opened in June, and we have been trying to work
on... Is the one on Federal Highway?
No, it's on A1A in Oakland, so it's the beach project.
Okay.
It's not a residential, it's actually,
All
we're
right,
commercial.
folks. All right,
We are
folks.
commercial, where it's adjacent. May I approach
Yes.
you? And I don't know if I need to show you.
Yeah, show the city, please.
City first. So, oh, I'm so sorry. So it's just the map, and then I just have a.
Your Honor, Publix has stated that they've wanted to build
Stop.
in a residential neighborhood.
And then I have the readings that we did, and then this is the map we did, so this is everything.
Okay. Okay.
So basically that So they're inside that cooling tower are, inside that square, there's 2 chillers and 6 fans that completely run the store, all their cooling. So we started, there's the noise violation back in August.
Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
Publix is a sophisticated company.
Yes.
They constructed a supermarket that has a unit on the surface that by its very nature violates the code in terms of the amount of the sound that it dispenses. Why? How did that happen?
So if you're looking here, I just want you to point out that when we went out there, this is I'm not going to say this is no pun intended, but it has baffled the engineers for Publix. And they have been trying to shield it. They've gone inside as early as Sunday and constructed a baffle wall around the fans in the cooling room. They don't know why. It's never occurred before. If you look at this map that I just showed, they went out and took readings, not from a cell phone, which is what Ms. Hill does. She has an app on her phone, but from a sound meter that we have, we are using.
Counsel, the sound meter is used by the code officer. so
Exactly, which is
violation.
very similar to the one we did, and not a phone app, is what Ms.
What is
Silky.
Publix doing to fix it now?
So that's what the whole thing
What's
is.
the plan?
So that's the plan. So is
What is the plan?
Well, we wanted to come out and test it again because the city has not come out since they've been and done the wall yet. But I just wanted to point out that the ambient sound in the area on this map, when we turned off the whole entire system was shut down on Wednesday night. And in the orange boxes around the entire facility exceeds the decibel levels already. So we're trying to work, it's like a 10 decibel difference right now that we're trying to figure out what we're going to do. So we need that time. We need to hire the engineers.
What's the plan?
Well, we have to get an engineer.
I'm not trying to be difficult, but
No.
it sounds to me like you don't know what the plan is right now.
Well, like I said, we have to get the city out to see what the measurements are since that baffle wall was installed inside the system. And then we're going to go and see about, even Sophie said maybe an acoustical engineer to come and help with if it's already exceeding. But again, the ambient around the whole entire building and their balconies have condensers on them. If you look inside the measurements inside their units, it's way below. So it's 39. So anyway, we are working. We have a plan. If we need to go and construct a wall on the outside, and I don't know if Nancy's still here, but we'll have to go back through the administrative process, maybe go back to city commission because we're increasing the height on the structure. So there's a whole process that would have to go through. And that's why we want to see what we need to do in order to kind of come back. I'd love the compliance date to be extended so we can work on a plan. We're working daily. I think I started on indicating what we have done since and that have not worked.
City, you want to respond?
Anton, maybe?
Yeah.
Special Magistrate, to your left. We don't have a problem with an extension so they can continue to figure it out. I did speak to Heidi last week via email because she has requested, Heidi is the attorney, she has requested that we go back out, but I did tell her before we go back out, because we have to enter the private property of Sophie, that they need to make some substantial decrease in sound so that we don't continue to disrupt the neighbor.
What are you looking at in terms of additional time?
So we wouldn't pose anything more than less than 84. So somewhere between 35 and 84, but we wouldn't go over 84.
60 days. I'll extend it 60 days.
But the 60 days is what? We'd have to come back to the hearing.
There'd be an order to reappear for the hearing that would take place after the 60 days.
Okay, so so we would want
January 29th?
the January 29th meeting
Yeah.
to do, so tell me, are fines going to be accrued, or we're extending the compliance date? We would like to extend the compliance date.
Extend the compliance date 60 days.
60 days until what day? Anybody figure that one out from today?
I don't know. What is today's the 6th, January 6th, with the hearing when?
The 29th.
January 29th. Okay?
Yes? Okay,
All
thank
right.
you.
Thank you, folks.
very much.
Thank you.
I'd just like to say that all of this could have been avoided had Publix not put the vents on the one side of the building that faces our building. You know what I mean? Like, if they had an acoustical engineer employed in the first place, I would never have to waste my time dealing with all of this.
Thank you, folks.
Our next case, page 60. Our next case, page 68, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 250105552, case address 363 West Dayton Circle, owner Tammy Morgan. This case was first heard 7/24/25 to comply by 9/25/25. One section not complied at $50 per day. $2,100 accrued. The fines continue to accrue, and this is a request for extension.
Good morning, ma'am. State your name for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Tammy Morgan.
Okay. Let me hear from the city, please.
Good morning, Inspector Rachel Moore for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting cases read in. This case was first brought before the Special Magistrate on 7/24/25. And at the Special Magistrate hearing, Special Magistrate Flynn ordered 63 days to comply with the violation of 9-306, 9-305 parentheses B, and 9-304 parentheses B, or $50 per day per violation thereafter. On post-magistrate inspection dated 9/23/25, the violation of 9-306 remains out of compliance. As of pre-hearing inspection dated 11/5/25, the violation of 9-306 still remains out of compliance. The property owner is here to speak on behalf of her property and request an extension.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, the problem that I'm having right now is I need to do the roof. And right now I'm looking into programs to try to help me so I can afford to do the roof. So that's my problem I'm having right now.
How much time do you need?
Ugh. I was hoping that I can try to do it at least sometime in January, because I'm also looking into some of getting in some of my access so I can get the money to try to do the roof and do the painting and everything together.
Do you have a recommended time?
Magistrate, over here. Supervisor Brown, City of Fort Lauderdale. Since she is going through programs with the city, which the code officer previously confirmed with me, the city would recommend 112 days.
Okay, I'll extend the time. I'm going to suspend the fine during that period of time, extend the time for compliance. But there are existing fines, though. I want you to, just like the gentleman that was here, there's some fine amounts, but I'm going to suspend the fine amount from accruing. I'll give you to February 26th of 2026 to come into compliance. You want an order to reappear?
Okay, thank
Probably.
you.
There'll be an order to reappear so that if it doesn't work out, you come back here.
Okay,
And
thank you.
that hearing would be when? The
Thank
26th?
you so much. Thank you.
26th of February. Good luck.
Our next case, page 25, Inspector Mohammed Dam, case number CE 250908281, case address 1000 Southwest 18th Court, owner Wislaw Soya, posted at property 10/15/25, posted at Wendy's Broward 10/20/25.
Good Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Can you state your name for the record, please?
My name is Wesley Soya. I'm the owner of the property.
Okay, thank you.
Mohammed Dam City, Fort Lauderdale, code compliance presenting case and address as read. The inspection was conducted on September 11th, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including soffits, are in disrepair. The soffits are missing pieces of wood. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing or peeling paint. This is a repeat violation as per case number CE 2202-0778, and as such, fines will begin immediately. 47-34.1.A.1, there is an illegal land use occurring at this RS8 zone property. Outdoor storage at the front and rear of the property consisting of, but not limited to, multiple sandbags, tools, ladders, and miscellaneous items. This is a recurring violation as per case CE 2202-0778. 9-305B, the landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of a dead and missing ground cover in the lawn and the swale. 47-21.16.A, there is a dead palm tree located on the east side of this RS8 zone property. 9-304B, complied. A notice of hearing was posted on October 15th, 2025, and a pre-hearing inspection was conducted on November 5th, 2025. The property remains in violation. The city is requesting 35 days to comply for violations. 47-34.1.A.1, 9-305B, and 47-21.16.A, or a fine of $50 per day per violation thereafter. As for the complied repeat violation 9-306, the city is requesting $50 per day for the 49 days the property was in violation, totaling $2,450.
That would come back for imposition of fine, though, right?
No.
Yes, sir.
Yes, when I receive violation, I try to fix it right away. But the time the weather wasn't cooperated, there was a lot of rain. So like for weeks I couldn't do much on a stucco repair and a fascia repair. So I removed, the storage from the property, but it took me longer to comply.
His response? Do you have a response?
No, he's in the process. He's correct. It was raining every single day for the last 2 months.
All right, so basically what you're looking for is the imposition of a fine and then 35 days compliance on the other 3 violations, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to reduce the fine to $500. That's for 9-306. For 47-34.1A1 and 905B and 47-2116A, the respondent will be given until December 11th to come into compliance or face a fine of $50 a day. Okay?
Okay.
Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 33. Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 25070842, case address 2650 Southwest 13th Place. Owner David Lewis, posted at property 101025, posted at 1 East Broward 102025.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Can you state your name for the record, please?
David Lewis.
Okay.
Good morning. Ramon Oliveira, Code Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 250-70842 for the property located at 2650 Southwest 13th Place. A notice of hearing posted October 10th, 2025. The property was first inspected on July 30th, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 9-308B. There is a black tarp on the roof being held down by loose bricks or another element which is not permanent part of the roof. 9-305A, complied. There is growth of landscaping material along with an accumulation of leaves encroaching upon the public right-of-way. This is a recurring violation to case CE 200800596. 9-306, complied. 18-12.A, complied. There is overgrowth, trash, and debris on this property and its swale. This is a recurring violation to case CE 200805596. 9-305B, withdrawn. 9-304B, complied. As of a pre-hearing inspection conducted on November 10th, 2025, the property is not in compliance. The city is requesting 35 days to come into compliance of section 9-308B or a fine of $50 per day thereafter until compliance is met. Additionally, the city is requesting a finding of fact for violations 9-305A and 18-12.8.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I would just like to ask if I could have a little bit more time.
How much time do you need?
60 days if possible.
City opposed to 60 days?
The city's not opposed to an extension of 60 days.
Okay. Actually, a compliance date, though, not an extension, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right. I'm going to make findings of fact for 9-305A and 1812A. I'll find that 9-308B violation still exists. The respondent will be given until, what did we decide, 60 days? 60 days. January 6th of 2026, or a fine of $50 a day. Do you want an order to reappear?
Yes, sir.
In order to reappear, that would be, what we say, the 29th? What's the meeting? January 29th.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Our next case, CE 2502019, case address 200 Southwest 9th Avenue, numbers 1 and 2, owner Craig Mills. This case was first heard 6/26/25 to comply by 7/11/25 and 7/24/25. One section not complied at $100 per day for a total of $500. Two sections complied at $100 per day for a total of $600. Grand total $1,100. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
State your name for the record, please.
Craig Mills.
Yeah, this is a order to vacate, a request to vacate the order imposing fine of $1014.25 and to rehear the case.
Okay.
This we're vacating because this neighbor wasn't noticed properly. It was noticed in the old business section instead of the master section.
On the agenda?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not sure about that. Okay. Yes.
Good morning, Edward Easton, City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 2502-0199 for the address of 200 Southwest 9th Avenue. At the Special Magistrate hearing on 10/14/25, Special Magistrate Moody imposed a fine of $1,100, which continued to accrue. Violation 18-12A complied on 10/29/25. A notice of hearing posted to the property on 10/27/25. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 10/29/25, and violation 9-280B remained. The city is requesting full imposition of fines, which continue to accrue.
Magistrate.
Yes.
Supervisor Brown, City of Fort Lauderdale. While I agree with the code officer's testimony, I did want to add that I have been in contact with the property owner, and he has been working on fixing that window. So the city is actually not opposed to granting an extension and a stay of fines for 9-280B while he works to repair it.
For how long?
Let me look at the calendar.
How much time do you need? How long?
Do you think you'd be able to repair it within 35 days?
Yeah, it's just the crank is
Yeah.
out of production, so I'm trying to find the
Yeah.
actual crank.
The 35 days,
All right,
Magistrate.
I'll extend the time for compliance till December 11th. I'll suspend the fines during that period of time.
And then the
Do you want an order to reappear? Yeah, okay, there'll be an
and
order
the
to.
trailer is gone, by the way. I don't know if that's stocking.
No.
Oh, I got you.
I think they got that complied.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. That's it?
Yeah, and the prior order is vacated. Thank you.
Our next case, page 2. Inspector Robert Kroc, case number CE 251000359, case address 1401 Southwest 5th Court, owner 1401 Southwest 5th Court LLC, posted at property 10/30/25, posted at 1 East Broward 10/20/25.
Which one is this?
Page 2.
This one. Good morning.
Good morning, Magistrate. Sydney Satz, attorney on behalf of the property owner.
Okay.
Senior Night Code Officer Robert Cock presenting on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale, case and property address as read. Right. This property was first inspected on October 11th, 2020, at 11:20 p.m. The following violations were found. Violation 18-1, withdrawn for nuisance. 17-71A, amplified sound coming from the property that is plainly audible 25 feet from the property line after 10 p.m. Violation 15-34, there's evidence of engaging in business at this location. And violation 47-5.11, operating a commercial entertainment business from a single family residence. And violation 47-3.33, this property being utilized for an unpermitted business has been withdrawn. So, on October 11th at approximately 11:20, I received prior to that, I had received a call from Officer Rohr of Fort Lauderdale Police Department, who was informing me of a large party ongoing at this property. I dispatched Code Officers Oliveira and Dam to the property. I also arrived a few minutes after they did. This property is being used as a business site for a YouTuber. He's using the property as a stage and entertainment zone to produce his YouTube page, Instagram, party.com page. And this was his supposed 22nd birthday, where he had a entertainment setup. He had, a entertainer there, some sort of music entertainment. He also had Florida Highway Patrol there as security. FLPD was out there due to the nuisance, and we received multiple complaints about this property from midnight to 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning with this ongoing party. So I know it sounds like you can't hear any noise. There is noise, but if you look at the photos here from his Instagram where he's posting all this information, and you can see here the gatherings that started to begin that were found at this property. So the actual party is taking place in the backyard. We had multiple complaints from the neighbors about this party. You can see how many people are arriving at it, and you continue through the photos here, you'll see that this party was a sponsored party by Creators Inc., which is, I guess, associated with the YouTuber. They were obviously creating some sort of video for his platforms, and just the whole thing is, I've also went back into this YouTuber's videos and found that this property is owned by, I guess his name is Jack Doherty. Is that correct?
Correct.
And he is known around the city. He is 1801. This is from one of his videos showing that he bought the property. That's the front of the property. He's using it as a stage for his YouTube videos and whatever else he's decided that he wants to use it for. So he gets subscribers, he submits the videos on YouTube, and he gets paid for it. That's the back. That's where the party occurred. Again, this is just proof that he's using the property as part of his entertainment business, as a YouTuber and Instagram influencer. There's Creators Inc. They sponsored his 22nd birthday party. Again, here's the party. Vehicles parked everywhere. He's busing people in. Using every piece of land they can to park, store their vehicles. It didn't matter whose property they were on, they just went and parked there. Again, you see the FLPD presence, and there's also Florida Highway Patrol there.
And officer, to be clear, after you were called by Fort Lauderdale Police Department to come to the party, is it your sworn testimony today that the music and noise from the party was plainly audible?
Yes,
25 feet?
the noise could be heard down the road. So the video was taken directly in front of the property to show that that was the property it was coming from. But you could hear it down the road from other properties. As I walked up, I could hear it.
Did you hear it?
I absolutely heard it.
Okay.
It was clear. Again, they knew we were there because PD was there before us, so they were turning the music up and down as the night went on, and I'm sure as the party got later into the night, it went up and up and up.
That's speculative, though.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else?
And that's it for me for right now.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. So there are 3 violations at issue today. All 3 of them are cited as irreversible, which means that the property owner could be subjected to up to a $15,000 fine per violation. I heard from the code inspector that this property is used as a platform as a commercial business. That is not the case. This is a relatively unique circumstance. He is a YouTuber. He does have an online presence, and he does record his life incident to his career. But there is a statute in Florida.
I'm sorry, it's his career?
It's his career, yes. He's a social media influencer.
But it's his career.
It is.
Okay, I'm not mocking it. I'm just trying to get that's his business.
It is his business.
Okay.
It is his business. But this property is his primary residential property. It is where he resides. I believe his girlfriend may also reside there with him. It is used as his home. It is his home. 559955 Florida
statutes. It's not uncommon to
statutes.
run a business out of a home, though.
It's not. It's not. But you are allowed to do that under Florida law, provided that it meets certain statutory requirements. So in this case, where the property owner, it is the principal use of the property is to live. He lives there, he sleeps there, he eats there, he hosts there. The thing that makes this case unique, and I discussed this briefly with Senior Assistant City Attorney Ms. Hassan, is that the property owner is the business. So anything he does could arguably be business because it's his life that is his business. It's his career. In this case, as I noted, it is used as his residence. He lives there. So the commercial business aspect, even if arguably a business tax receipt was required, it would be permitted because the use of the property for YouTube is incidental to its primary purpose as a primary residence. In addition to that, one of these violations, the citation is for evidence of engaging in business. That ordinance states that the fact that any person or entity represented himself as being engaged in any business for which a business tax receipt is required for the transaction of business or the practice of such profession shall be evidence of the liability of such person to pay a business tax. That is a violation that is before the magistrate today. That is not an independent violation. It simply provides prima facie evidence that would allow you to bring a violation for failure to obtain a business tax receipt. In this case, as far as I am aware, there is not a companion open violation for failure to obtain a business tax receipt. And if there were, it would not be irreversible because they could realistically obtain a business tax receipt for this use. So,
Do you think he has a responsibility to his neighbors?
I do.
And what is that?
I think he has a duty to maintain his property in a manner that does not infringe on his
Do you
neighbors'
think
rights.
this video shows that it infringed on the neighbors?
With respect to the noise ordinance issue, and based on the code inspector's sworn testimony.
Tell me honestly.
This is a 22-year-old's birthday party.
Okay.
Everybody hosts parties every
But it's
now
his
and again.
business, though, too.
But this party was held for his 22nd birthday.
And part of his business.
It was
You told me that it's his business. He's a YouTuber. So this was it was both his birthday and part of his business, was it not?
It was broadcasted. That is something.
Broadcast?
It was
As
live
part
streamed.
As part of his business,
It
right?
was.
Okay.
It was.
I mean, if somebody has a party because they're 22 years old and it gets out of hand, I understand that there's code violations that can be imposed, fines and stuff, but what's a little different here is it's more than just his birthday. He's running this as part of his business. His life is his business, right?
That's correct. That's correct.
So this is his life.
But just because the business incidentally benefited in some manner does not make it less his personal life.
His business is his life. So this is his life.
Yes.
Okay. So it's
Yes.
not incidental. It is what the business does, right? I mean, I understand what you're arguing, but I think it's a little bit, come on. I mean, realistically, that was part of his business. It wasn't because these are just his friends and he called them up and said, hey, it's my birthday, come on over. He broadcast it. And the business is, I would assume, if it's not now, his hope is it'll be profit making, right?
Of course, but that's not, people throw parties and post videos
But they
on
don't make
social
a profit
media.
off it.
Some
If they
people
do, what they do, then they violate the code. You're not allowed to throw a party that makes a profit. And I mean, you can have a party if you live in the neighborhood and it's your house and you live there. And if there's noise violations, we'll deal with that. If there's too much parking, we'll deal with that. But this strikes me as somewhat different. I mean, he broadcasted with the intent to make a profit, right?
But it isn't with the intent to make profit. It's
Now,
just
wait a minute.
something
The
that he
purpose
does.
of the business is to make a profit, is
But
it
he
not?
also has a life separate from the business.
but his
and they're
life is his
interrelated,
business.
but it's the same thing. So can he not, and I ask this respectfully, but what is he
And I'm not trying to
permitted
be
do?
disrespectful
Of course,
to you, but
of
what I'm
course.
saying is this sort of world we live in which his business is his life. He called the party with the idea, I'm assuming, because you're telling me it's his business, to broadcast it, to be part of his YouTube presence. And his YouTube presence is his business.
He held a 22nd birthday party and he live streamed it. That is realistically what happened.
Did he
here.
advertise it?
There were posts on his Instagram, yes. But it was invite only. It was not open to the public. It was not a commercial event in that sense. There wasn't an entrance fee. It was people he knows. It was people he cares about. His father was there. It was a birthday party.
Magistrate?
Yeah.
So he live streamed this on Party, which is a live streaming site. Can he receive tips for that party on there?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
He does. They can tip him money for watching the party. They send him money and they ask questions and that's what he posts.
You could tip on any social media site. Anybody can post a video, stream
that's how
something.
he makes his money.
TikTok, Instagram.
That's
but
how he makes his
somebody
money.
having a party in their backyard can do that, and if the right person
He makes
clicks
his money
in and
by posting
makes a
stuff on
tip,
Instagram.
they also get the same benefit.
Yes, and he gets views and he gets paid from sponsorships, which was there. A sponsor was there. Creators Inc. is a sponsorship for the party. He got paid
People
for that.
sponsor parties for people who are not influencers as well. It happens. They're as a business, that shall be evidence of the liability of such person to pay a business tax receipt fee.
I'm not quite sure how you violate that. I mean,
I actually agree with counsel, Your Honor.
yeah, I'm not so sure that makes sense to me.
We withdraw that section.
Yeah, that doesn't seem right.
That's the evidence of this.
Right. That's just how you prove you need an occupational license.
Right, exactly.
So that's not a violation.
So
what we're left with is the sound and the operating a commercial business. That's the two that are left.
Right.
And I got to be honest with you. When I listened to the video, I didn't hear a lot of sound. But I've got testimony of the code officer who was there that says that he heard it. And the standard is only 25 feet away from the property. I thought I did hear something, to tell you the truth, but it wasn't as loud as I usually hear on these videos.
The remaining violation, there's the noise ordinance violation, and then there's the cease using the property as part of the business. Ultimately, that is going to have to be a question of whether or not, if the business tax receipt issue is at issue today, that is going to be a question of whether or not this business falls under the purview of 55955, which is the home-based business statute. If it does, there are certain statutory requirements, so it has to be secondary to the primary use as a principal residence. There are certain, you can only have a certain number of employees, the parking, there are certain things that must be met, but it will be a question of whether or not those factors are met. Again, I do think that this is a nuanced issue. It is a new world issue.
It's a new world. I agree. And the code was probably drafted in a period of time in which. So what I have to do is I have to figure out how we take this language and draft it under the modern world.
Sure.
I think it's a business. I know it's his birthday. I know it's but I think he could have held this somewhere else. He could have live streamed it from a warehouse district. Let me just finish. I'm sort of thinking this out as I go along here. He could have live streamed it from a commercial warehouse, but he did it in a residential district. That's what I'm having a problem with. I don't have a problem if he films himself doing whatever he does in his life. But when he has a party that he advertised and he has the potential to get compensation for and people come and by bus and stuff, I don't have a problem if somebody comes by a bus if he's got a lot of friends, but that isn't what it seems to me. I'm just trying to be straight with you.
I understand. May I briefly respond?
Sure.
There is a fine line here because he does have property rights. And to say that he cannot have his 22nd birthday at his property, he has.
I'm not saying he can't have his 22nd. And
but where
I'm
is
not
that
saying
line? At what point is he not permitted to stream at all if he has people over a certain number?
Well, I think he could get an occupational license. Would you issue an occupational license?
He would have to go through zoning to get approval to use that property as a stage, which is what he's using it as. Because he's an entertainer.
I'll leave that to. Well, I'm not sure.
Just because the home, the face of the home is in videos, does not mean that it's a stage. He resides
there. He has multiple
there.
videos of it in there using the home as a prop for his videos, which he gains
there.
money.
He's just he's taking videos of the home that he lives in.
And his life is his business.
Right. Do you have any comments?
No, I mean, 559, it's not going to be eligible for a home-based business based upon the activity that we're seeing. The parking has to comply with parking. It can't be a greater volume than would normally be expected at a similar residence where no business is conducted. Oh, thank you so much. Sorry, clearly that showed the parking up, down, sideways on the street. So if, parties are happening like that are commercial in nature because of a business, again, it's probably not going to fall under a home-based business, so it may have to go through a zoning review to do something like that. And of course, in response to council's argument, yes, obviously folks can have parties, but they still can't operate with cars all over the street, such a nature, with commercial sponsorships, with FDLE being there too. Those are all indicia of a commercial activity. And the statute and which our city code mirrors the statute, that the irreparable or irreversible is up to $15,000.
Yeah, I don't think the code envisioned this, but this is the world we live in. And
It is.
But I think the problem is the code's behind, which is very common. And so what I have to do is take the language in the code and fit it to the current situation. I think that the evidence indicates that this was a business opportunity that night. I think clearly. The sound, again, the evidence, the video didn't strike me as particularly loud, but I've got the testimony of someone that was there. And to be honest with you, I see an awful lot of people. I find it hard to believe that many people didn't make noise, that wouldn't be extend beyond 25 feet. He's testified that it has. I'm going to find that the two violations exist and impose a violation of $4,000 for each one.
Thank you, Magistrate.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 3, Inspector Aleda Mesa, case number CE 25070386, case address 773 Middle River Drive, owner Stephen M. and Karen Chess, posted at property 10/11/25, posted at 1 East Broward 10/20/25.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How are you this morning?
I'm good. Can you state your name?
Sure. James Krangle. I'm an attorney for Dr. Stephen and Karen Chess.
Okay, thank you.
Field Compliance Officer Mesa, number 350 for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE. Sorry, better?
Yes.
Code Compliance Officer Mesa, number 350 for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting CE 25070386, addressed 773 Middle River Drive. An inspection of the property was conducted 7/12/25 with violations cited as follows. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior front walls that have stains. This is a repeat violation. Refer to case CE 24040565. Fines will begin to accrue immediately and scheduled for a magistrate hearing whether or not the property is brought into compliance. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover, including the swale. This is a repeat violation. Refer to case CE 24040565. Fines will begin to accrue immediately and scheduled for magistrate hearing whether or not the property is brought into compliance. 18-12.A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and or its swale. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted 11/1/25, finding violation remained. The city requests as follows. 9-306, a fine of $100 per day from the date a repeat violation was first observed until compliance is achieved. 9-305B, a fine of $100 per day from the date the repeat violation was first observed until compliance is achieved. 18-12A, compliance within 15 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
Can I ask, the exterior walls, what does that mean? That they need to be painted or what?
The discoloration that you see to the left and right of the stairways, and actually you can see there's 3 almost squares towards the bottom on the left side. I'm not sure if that was paint or different methods of trying to clear it, but that's the significant staining. I'm not sure if it's dirt or what's causing that, but there's a significant difference in color.
Okay, so and then the other one is that there's what? The ground cover is missing sod? Is that what we're talking about?
That depicts also the overgrowth, but there are multiple areas that are missing ground cover. And that would be the swale where there's a lot of ground cover missing.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Yes. Good morning, everyone.
what we have in front of us is a years-long targeted campaign against my client by various government entities, including this one. We have an active civil complaint related to these actions against various individuals and entities. I'd like to enter that as an exhibit. Do you do that at these?
I'm not sure that. You can enter it in.
I'd like to enter it
I'll take it.
Exhibit
in
1.
Respondents, Exhibit 1.
I would also, if I may, I'd like to ask the enforcement officer a few questions. May I?
Sure.
So, Ms. Give me your name. I'm sorry.
Mesa.
Mesa. Yeah. Ms. Mesa. You said you conducted an inspection of the property in July. Give me the date again, please.
July 12th of 2025. It was Officer Bernstein that was at the location.
So, do you know how the inspection got started? Did someone call in?
I believe this was a complaint that was reported, yes.
So a citizen calls in and Mr. or Mrs. Bernstein gets sent out there? Is that how it works?
From my recollection, yes.
Okay. Now, the first ordinance at issue here, and I'm going to read from the ordinance as it appears on the notice of violation and notice of hearing. All exterior, violation code 9-306. And the ordinance is all exterior building walls shall be maintained in a secure, attractive manner. Now, are those who are conducting any investigations trained on what constitutes an attractive manner to maintain a property, an exterior of a property?
Special Magistrate, to your left. Supervisor Lurie, I just want to read the rest of that ordinance for context. It says all exterior building walls shall be maintained in a secure and attractive manner. All defective structural and decorative elements of the building facade shall be repaired or replaced in a workmanlike manner to match as closely as possible the original materials and construction of the building. All exterior building walls and structural parts, including fascias, soffits, balconies, shall have all graffiti and loose materials removed, and patching and resurfacing shall be accomplished to match the existing or adjacent surfaces as to materials, colors, bond, and joining, and shall be impervious to the elements. All cornices, trim, windows, window frames that are damaged, sagging, or otherwise deteriorated shall be repaired or replaced to be made structurally sound, and all exposed materials shall be painted, stained, or otherwise treated in a consistent manner. Provided, however, broken or damaged windows may be repaired by placement of painted plywood or other consistent materials rather than replacement of the windows. And I read that because that is the measure by which the code officers use all of the elements there.
Are we talking about that it's stained and needs to be pressure cleaned? Is that what we're talking about?
It either is stained and needs to be pressure cleaned, or it needs to be painted. It needs to be painted to match the rest of the building, which it's done.
Can we see it? Can we see your best picture of it, please? Because Ms. Messa's testimony was she can't tell if it's dirt, it needs to be painted, it's just a stylistic choice. From my vantage point, that's
Sir, that's she never said anything about being stylistic.
Just let him, please. Let him go ahead and make his statement. Go ahead, sir.
I don't, if it's the wall to the left of the stairs there, I don't see that as, well, my question is, if I may continue my examination, then we can get to the main point. That would be great. I'm sure that is it a Mr. Bernstein or Miss or whoever? Mr. Well, I'm sure that Inspector Bernstein, or you, Ms. Mesa, or anyone else has passed by walls or inspected walls, and there are stains on them, and there are some times where you don't find those in violation. Is that correct?
Objection relevant, Your Honor.
I'm going to let it go. It's quasi-judicial.
If I'm observing discoloration as apparent as that, I would be enforcing.
So, right. So what's the standard? Where's the line between as apparent as that and a stain or a stylistic choice on a wall?
There was a complaint on this property, so we were there inspecting it.
I wasn't asking you, sir. I was asking Ms. Mesa. She's
Okay.
the one who
All
provided
right, everybody,
testimony in this
everybody
case.
calm down. Everybody calm down. Let the inspector answer the question.
To answer the question, there's a stark difference between the color white and the color black. As you can see from that corner, it's black. I can't identify if that is dirt or mold or what may have caused that discoloration, but the difference in color from the mostly white home to the black, near black, that's on that short wall up the walkway, which is more apparent by those 4 squares at the bottom, there is a significant difference in color where it's required to be maintained uniformly.
So, in summation, it is your objective, or excuse me, subjective view of the style of the wall that will determine whether somebody is found to be in violation of this ordinance. Is that correct?
The significant difference in that color, yes.
Right. Okay. That's number one. And then the second one, and Ms. Mesa, who writes these 2 wit paragraphs here?
These were completed by Bernstein.
By Inspector Bernstein.
Inspector Bernstein.
So when Inspector Bernstein on the second violation, Inspector Bernstein writes, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. So once again, I would suggest that I'm sure Mr. Bernstein has seen landscaping that isn't perfect from time to time. Is that correct?
That would be correct.
But sometimes he doesn't find those people in violation, correct?
I wouldn't be able to speak to his actions.
Okay, so he may...
Can I see the pictures of the ground cover, please? Okay.
And where is that in relation to the house and the property? Is that the front?
That's the swale along the street. All that brown is the dead and missing ground cover. In the prior photo that was being shown, there's a fence that's being installed across where a tree was and plants. That area was partially overgrown, didn't really have mulch that was laid well or may have been grown into.
Mm-hmm.
But that's also at the front of the property, at the property line.
And how do inspectors know if some sort of construction is being done on the ground whereby the landscaping is thrown off due to someone coming in to do work there?
They probably have a permit.
Okay.
There would be a permit that would indicate that work is taking place.
Again, I take your answer. I was respectfully asking Ms. Mesa, but absolutely.
I mean, it just makes sense to me that that's the way it would work.
I understand. Did Mr. Bernstein check? Do you know if there was any permitting done for work on this property?
I believe that I found that there was a permit for that fence, yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I'm sorry, the what?
There was a permit for that fence when I responded.
So there is ongoing work on the property?
The small patch of white to the left, that would be part of the fence installation if I'm recollecting the photo accurately.
Okay.
So has there been ongoing work during the alleged non-compliance phase of this?
This was the only time that I saw work being done.
Okay, so...
Do you know what the status of that permit is, sir?
I do not, as I stand here today. I do know that there is work being done on the house that I believe would bring everything into the idea of compliance as the, I guess, city would want it or would think it would be in compliance. I'm not suggesting it was out of compliance previous, but there is current work being done on the property.
Okay.
And then finally, we have for violation code 1812A, to wit, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and or its swale. So if we wanted to look at the picture, I just wanted to look at that swale picture again, or the alleged trash, debris. I don't see much trash there or debris, to be honest.
That photograph was intended to depict the missing ground cover.
And here...
Is this a photograph for trash and debris?
Yes, sir.
Well, there's sort of natural foliage right there in the back. I don't see too much trash or debris, but, I guess that's a subjective take too by your inspectors, is that correct?
The plants that you're looking at in the background are actually part of the plants that were cut down. I would assume some of it from that center area where the fence is being installed. But you can see off to the left, there's plant litter that's apparent there.
So, right. And just from my understanding, does the city, when they know there's work being done on a property, do they take a different approach in terms of if it's violating an ordinance? I mean, is there any difference there if work's being done or not?
I guess what I would state is these are photos that I took this month, but this violation is dated from July. So those issues were apparent prior to any apparent work being completed at the property.
You know work wasn't being done in July?
Not the fence being put in and the front yard being dug up now.
And you know this how?
From the photos. I visited the property repeatedly. This is the only instance that I saw active work being completed for a fence.
Okay, so based on your physical site observations, you've determined when work may or may not be being done on the property, correct?
For the entirety of the property, no. My comment was to the apparent work of the fence in the front yard.
Well, fair enough. The bottom line, as I previously said to this gathering, is that we do contend this is a selective prosecution of a kind against my client. And let me just one final question. Is there a quota system for getting out of compliance allegedly properties? Like you attain a certain number every month. Is there anything like that in your department?
I'm not aware of any quotas, no.
I see. And final question for you, Ms. Mesa. Out of what we've seen today, what would you say poses the greatest safety threat among the alleged violations?
Just going to object, Your Honor, it's relevant.
I'll let it go. Quasi.
How about this? Is there any safety threat posed by any of this?
Same objection.
Overruled.
I'm not aware of a safety issue, potentially somebody tripping on the items that are scattered about.
I see. All right. Well, Your Honor, Sir, I request that this panel or Your Honor makes a finding for my clients, Dr. and Mrs. Chess, as fully as possible, reducing to a minimum any existing fines and things of that sort. We would certainly request at the very least the city be enjoined from taking any further of this type of action against my client until these matters have been worked out and until repairs or constructions of any sort are done on the property. And I thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. All right, here's what I think. I do think there's discoloration in the front. Let me ask, by the way, I don't have the authority to enjoin them. I'm a hearing officer. That's well beyond the scope of what I have. I am going to find that there is discoloration that I think needs to be cleaned, and the respondent will be, how much time do you need, do you think?
60 days?
I'll give you 60. I know what it is. I'll give you 60 days. Or a
Okay.
fine of $50 a day. I'm going to dismiss 9-305B because there's a fence with a permit, apparently, active permit. I'm going to fine for 18-12, give you 60 days because I can see debris there in the picture. It looks like landscaping debris and stuff. That stuff needs to be cleaned up. Okay? Or a fine of $50 a day. All right. Thank you, folks.
Sir.
Our next case, page 6, Inspector Guy Siderman, case number CE 250500571. Case address 917 Northwest 12th Avenue. Owner Hattie Mae Pratt. Posted at property 101525. Posted at Winnie's Broward 102025.
Good morning. I think it's still morning. I'm not sure, actually.
Good morning.
State your name for the record, please.
My name is Donna Pratt McKenzie.
Guy Sutterman, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance, presenting case CE 25050571 for the property located at 917 Northwest 12th Avenue. The property was first inspected on 10/27/2025 and given time to correct for the following violations. Violation 9 TAC 313A complied. Violation 9 TAC 305B. There is missing ground cover throughout the property, including but not limited to the swell area. Violation 1812A complied. Violation 47 TAC 34.1.8.1. There is illegal land use occurring on this RMM 25 property. There is illegal land use with indoor furniture being used outside. Coolers, washing machine, gas canisters, TV, indoor table being used outside. The items are in view of the right-of-way. Violations 47 TAC 19.1.d. There is a car canopy frame erected on the front yard of this occupied RMM 25 zone property. Car canopy is not listed as an accessory structure in this residential area. In section 47 TAC 5.11 of the city ordinance, the car canopy does not meet the required front yard setback. Violations 9 TAC 306 complied. Violations 47 TAC 21.9.k. Decorative stone or gravel is being utilized at this location in excess of a minimum of 10% of the total landscaping area. There is excess of gravel over 10% being used on the occupied RMM 25 zone property. Violations 9 TAC 304B. The driveway has cracks with weeds and grass growing through it. The driveway has loose rocks and is not dust free. Violation 9 TAC 363 complied. Property was posted on 10/13/2025. My pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 10 TAC 10/27/2025. Listed violations still remain non-complied. For violation 47 TAC 34.1.a.1, the city is requesting compliance within 10 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter. For violation 47 TAC 19.1.d, the city is requesting compliance within 15 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter. For violations 9 TAC 305B, 47 TAC 21.9K, and 9-304B, the city is requesting compliance within 36 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm here today to request an extension, if possible, of 60 days, and to also be able to come back so that you can see that those things have been in compliance.
City wants 10 days on the, the furniture?
Yes, that could be done this weekend, so that's feasible.
He's talking 10 days. You can do it in 10 days,
Yes,
right?
I can.
And then 15 days on the car canopy?
That can be done this weekend as well.
All right. The other ones, you're looking for 60?
Yes, with the...
City opposed to 60 days?
No, we're not opposed.
All right. So I'll find that the violations exist. There'll be 10 days for 47-34.1A1, 15 day, or $100 a day, $100 a day for 47-19-1D, which is the canopy, and the remaining violations will be, did we say 60? Is that what you said?
Yes,
January 5th, 2026.
All right.
Or a fine of $100 a day.
Okay, thank you, sir.
All right. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 36, Inspector Matthew Flesher, case number CE 25060038, case address 2081 Southwest 37 Terrace, owner Craig L. Fueling, posted at property 10/17/25, posted at 1 East Broward 10/20/25.
Yes, sir. You state your name for the record, please.
My name is Craig Lewis Fueling.
This is Matthew Flesher for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case number CE 25060038 for the property located at 2081 Southwest 37th Terrace. The case was first cited on June 10, 2025 for the following violations: 47-34.4.b.1. There's overnight parking of a commercial vehicle at this location. The vehicles are trucks with 6 or more wheels and the markings Good Care Lawn Spray on them. 18-1 is complied. 47-34.1.a.1. There is illegal land use occurring at this RS-8 zoned property. There is outdoor storage of items, including but not limited to pallets, a hose, a tire, a blue drum, and other miscellaneous items. 9-280H1 is complied. 9-306, there are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing or peeling paint. Areas of the wall facing the carport do not match the surrounding colors. Areas of the fascia and the metal above the fascia have stains. Areas of the wall above the fence in the backyard have missing paint. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the property and on the swale. 9-304B, there is a trailer parked on the grass or lawn area in the backyard. The driveway is in disrepair. Areas of the asphalt driveway have missing pieces, and the apron of the driveway has areas of bare dirt. 9-280H, there is an accessory structure violation at this property. The carport has a tarp on the roof, and there are areas of the walls of the carport that have stains and do not match the surrounding colors. The fascia of the carport has stains. The metal above the fascia of the carport has stains. 18-4C is complied. 9-313A, the address numbers are written in pencil and difficult to see from the right-of-way. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on November 4, 2025. A night inspection was conducted on October 26, 2025, and the following violations remain: 47-34.4.b.1, 47-34.1.a.1, 9-306, 9-305B, 9-304B, 9-280H, and 9-313A. The city is seeking a compliance deadline of 35 days for violations 47-34.4.b.1, 47-34.1.a.1, 9-306, and 9-305B, a compliance deadline of 84 days for violations 9-304B and 9-280H, and a compliance deadline of 15 days for violation 9-313A, or a fine of $50 per day per violation to run thereafter.
How many days on 9-305B?
9-305B, the city is seeking 35 days.
Yes, sir. Anything you want to say?
Nothing. That 4 years ago, my wife passed away from COVID, and I just been kind of overwhelmed. I probably need a little bit of a kick in the butt. We've done a lot. We're getting ready to paint the house. I got a new gate was finally delivered for the house. The driveway's been hopefully repaired. And once we get it, the wave runner, it's junk. I had to put new tires on it. That's going to go to my mechanic. Hopefully, if he wants to try to repair it, I'm not going to. I'm in my 70s. The trailer, I had got a tag on it, got things. I will make sure it's on the rock or moved out. Other than that, I'm born and raised here in Fort Lauderdale.
Okay.
And that's about it.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to find that the violations exist. The respondent will be given 35 days for 47-34-4B1. Actually, as read into the record, I'll accept your recommendations. It's a very long thing to read. You want an order to reappear or not?
Sir, with the time frames given that he stated, do you believe you have? I'm over here. Do you believe you have the ability to comply within those time frames, or do you think you might?
I should have I thought I had the ability to do it before. And
Okay.
I've just been kind of overwhelmed a little bit.
You believe the time
we
is
are
reasonable?
now pressure cleaning the house.
Yeah.
That's going to be painted once.
So is it a, sorry to cut you off. Is it a reasonable time to comply? No, yeah. Well, it's can you tell him the times again?
So there's
Tell him without doing the code sections.
Right.
Tell him what the violation.
A quick way, please.
So, for the overnight parking, the outdoor storage, the exterior maintenance, and the landscape, the missing ground cover, there's still a couple areas on the swale that are missing ground cover. 35 days for the driveway and the parking on the lawn. The rest of the carport is 84 days, and then replacing the address numbers so that they're more clearly visible from the right of way.
Once it's painted, most of the things the numbers will go up. The guy said he was going to put the fence in.
When are you painting it?
Pardon?
When are you painting it?
Well, we started pressure cleaning it, and we thought that the old paint was going to fly
I'm
off.
sorry, I don't mean that. We got a long agenda. How long do you think to paint it?
A month?
Okay, it says 35
So
days.
35 days. I hope for it to be.
So the issue, sir, with the house address is that that's a safety feature for you. So in the event, that there's an emergency, rescue needs to come, that's why, we do enforce against house numbers. So they're quite visible. If it's at night, they're not going to see something written in pencil.
So they can find you.
They can find you.
I think it was written in pencil.
Okay, I'm sorry. We got a long agenda. So let's move it along. I'll impose. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
No, it's okay.
I'll impose those dates and times and reappear. Or not?
No, we do not need to order
Okay,
reappear.
no reappear. All right. Good luck to you. Pay attention to those dates. Okay. One of them.
Order in the mail.
Okay. Thank you.
Our next case, page 15, Inspector Vanessa Willis, case number CE 25050049, case address 1300 Northwest 6th Street, owner Ali Almeida, posted at property 101525, posted at 1 East Broward 102025.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you state your name for the record, please?
Makisha Corpora.
Okay. You're the owner, right?
No,
What's your relationship to the owner?
I'm the contractor. I own the business that's done some work for
Okay.
Yeah.
Good morning, or good afternoon. What time is it now? Good morning,
What time
Vanessa
is it?
Willis, Senior Compliance Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement. Case number CE 25050049 for the property located at 1300 Northwest 6th Street. And the property was first inspected in May 3rd, 2025, and given time to correct for the following violations. 18-12, parentheses A, complied. Violation 9-306, complied. 9-305, parentheses B, complied. Violation 47-19.4.D.8, complied. However, this is a recurring violation, and we'd ask that you would refer to the case number CE 22040143. This case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation is in compliance prior to the hearing date, and that is for the dumpster enclosure that was located on the property. 47-20.20, parentheses H, complied, but there are parking facilities that are not maintained at this property. The surface has cracks and is stained with dirt and oil. This is a recurring violation. Refer to case number CE 22040143. This case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation is in compliance prior to the hearing date. And the final one is 47-21.11.A, which is complied. The landscaping at this NWRAC MUW zoned commercial property is not being maintained as per the ULDR. The swell area has bare missing ground cover. This is a recurring violation. Refer to case number CE 040143 and will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation is in compliance prior to the hearing date. They have complied with all the violations. However, the city is requesting a finding of fact for the following violations as they were recurring violations. That's it.
Is 4721.11A in compliance?
That one is, yes, it is.
Okay.
All of them are in compliance.
You're
It's
just looking for a finding of fact.
Correct, correct.
Do you understand what she's asking of me?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
What she's asking me is this, and I know you're the contractor, not the owner, but you can pass this on to the owner.
Definitely.
She's telling me all the violations are in compliance. What she wants is what's called a finding of fact, which means that I make a determination that the violations did exist. They're in compliance now, but what that means is next time the violations, if the same ones reoccur, they can be started to be fined the moment they see them, and the fine amounts can be greater. So I'm going to accept her testimony, unless you have something you want to add.
No.
Okay. I'm going to find that all of the violations are in compliance. I'm going to make a finding of facts. You want finding of facts for all of them or for 9-306?
It's the last three, 47-19, all of the 47 codes.
All right. I'll make a finding of fact for 4719-4D8, 4720-20H, 4721-11A.
Yes.
No fines imposed.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Next case, page 19, Inspector Malik Jones, case number CE 25080301, case address 1512 North Dixie Highway, owner FLC Trust LLC, posted at property 101625, posted at 1 East Broward 102025.
Good morning.
Good morning, how are you?
Good. Can you state your name for the record?
It's
please?
Piero Paulin.
What's your relationship to the owner?
I'm the owner.
Okay.
Good morning, Code Officer Malik Jones, presenting for the City of Fort Lauderdale in reference to case CE 250-80301 for the address of 1512 North Dixie Highway. This case was first cited on August 13th, 2025 for the following violations. 24-7B, complied. 18-12.A, there is overgrowth, trash, and debris on this property and or its swell. 47-20.20.H, there are parking facilities that are not maintained at this property. The parking facility is stained and dirty and the wheel stops are dirty. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. The city is requesting 10 days for 18-12.A to comply, or a daily fine of $100 per day thereafter, and 35 days for 47-20.20H and 9-305B to comply, or a daily fine of $100 per day thereafter.
Yes, sir.
Well, most of the work was done. It was landscaping, and most of the landscaping, the guys come in every 45 days, 30 days, depending on what's necessary. But most of the work has been done. I called the inspector. He says he only works Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I called him on 3 occasions. He never returned my call. I sent him an email. He finally got back to me yesterday. I think the communication could be a little bit better because obviously when something is done, you're trying to avoid court date. You know, and I even called him yesterday. Go take a look. And he said, whatever it is. I can't tell you what, but communication could be a little bit better as far as today we have email, we have phones. I called him on 3 occasions. Never got back in touch with me. But the work's been done. Maybe the curb needs to be painted. That's about it.
Does the curb need to be painted?
I also did a pre-hearing inspection approximately a few days ago, and the violations still remain.
What day did you do it?
Approximately the 31st of October, and I also responded to his emails yesterday, and we were in a conversation as well.
Yeah, but that was yesterday. I told you the work was done. I have pictures right here.
I'm going to find that the violations exist. The respondent will be given 10 days to come into compliance for 1812A with a face fine of $100 a day. 35 days for 47-20-20H or $100 a day. 9-305B, 35 days or $100 a day.
What is the 10-day for what? For what's
10
the
days
thing?
for the trash and debris on the property.
There's no trash and debris. Okay, sounds good.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 21, Inspector Bovary Xantis, case number CE 250100416, case address 1507 Northwest 10th Place, owner Randy Hernandez Martinez, posted at property 101625, posted at Wendy's Broward 102025.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir. No speak English.
We're going to get a translator. We have a translator.
Raphael, can you get your permission to translate for him? His permission.
Sí.
Okay.
Raphael, do you swear or affirm to translate from English to Spanish and from Spanish to English?
¿Tu nombre? Randy Hernández Martínez.
Thank you. I'll hear from City.
Good morning, Your Honor. Officer Exensis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale, Community Enhancement. Case number CE 2501-0416. Property address 1607 Northwest 10th Place. This property was first inspected in January 10, 2025, and the following violation were observed. Violation 9-304B, the apron driveway and the cement driveway are in disrepair. Violation 9-306, the building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior walls that have stained and missing peeling paint. Violation 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and walk-up appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover that include on the right-of-way. Violation 47-19.1.D has been withdrawn and was cited by the building department and currently accruing fines under the case of Bravo Echo 2501-0094. Notice of hearing was posted
Okay,
on...
hold on one second. Can you, sorry, Inspector, can you explain the three violations and then the one and why it was withdrawn, please?
Sure. So, él lo que pues, especificó es que fue en enero, okay, que vio todas las violaciones estas. La 9 de 04B, que es las piedras y el driveway pues, de cemento, que todavía está pues, en violación. Las paredes de afuera del edificio, él testificó que cuando él fue últimamente las paredes todavía estaban no pintadas, ¿no? Y entonces la hierba y la grama que falta, que está muerta o que no está ahí. Esta violación, la 47-19-1D, la ciudad pues la quitó, el departamento pues nosotros la quitó, pero el departamento de building tiene ese caso ahora, ¿ok? Y que está corriendo diariamente fianza, que es lo del el techo del carro eso.
Ok, eso tengo que eliminarlo.
Yes. Okay. Y acuérdate que esa violación ya no es de nosotros, sino del departamento de building. Okay.
Cuando la quite, ¿dónde tengo que llamar?
Yeah. When he's asking that, when he takes that canopy out, where does he call? To the building department?
Got to call the building inspector.
Yeah. Call building.
Okay. All right. Tiene que llamar al departamento de building para que ellos vayan y verifiquen que tú quitaste eso. Okay. Ahora, tú me habías dicho que tú habías pintado ya la casa.
Sí.
Toda la casa. Okay. I asked him, code section 9306, the exterior building walls, he says that he's painted the whole house.
Okay, that's fine. So I can just go re-inspect that.
Okay, so
What does he have to do for the driveway? 9304B?
So violation 9-304B, there's two entrances to the driveway. One is gravel and one is cemented. So both of them need to be repaired. The gravel needs to be replenished and the grass and the weeds will need to be removed from the gravel one and the broken cement need to be fixed.
Okay.
¿Qué es lo que estás pidiendo ahí? All right. Toda la hierba mala esa y todo lo que tú ves ahí, donde están pues las piedras, tienes que sacar todo eso. Y entonces arreglar pues el cemento que está roto.
¿Y puedo tirar todo eso de cemento completo?
No, si tú quieres hacer eso, tienes que ir a la ciudad y sacar un permiso para que te dejen agrandar el driveway.
Raphael, Can you ask him if he needs a Spanish-speaking code officer to come to the property to explain the violations? Does he understand how to comply?
Ya, tú necesitas un inspector que te vea ahí en la propiedad y hablamos de todas pues, las violaciones. ¿Tú prefieres eso?
Sí.
Yeah, he prefers that.
Okay,
that
we'll have somebody accompany so they can explain it in Spanish how to comply.
Sure.
Okay, so where are we at? You're
So
looking for...
he's got to finish those. I just want to make sure he understood, so.
Sure. So at this time, the city is requesting 35 days for violation 9-304B and 35 days for the exterior walls, which he said that's in compliance, and also 35 days for violation 9-305B, which is the landscape.
Or $50 a day?
Oh, $50 a day. I'm sorry, yes.
Okay, do you want to tell him that?
Yeah. So él te está dando, I'm sorry,
You do...
code section 9-304B.
No.
Is that 35 days?
35 days for everything?
For everything, okay.
Yeah.
At $50.
Okay, so te está dando 35 días para que arregle todo eso sin fianza, okay? Si no, después de los 35 días, son $50 diarios por violación, okay? Pero nosotros te vamos a mandar un inspector, si soy yo o otro, que hable pues en español, y te vamos a decir cómo puedes hacer el paquete.
¿Cuándo vamos a mandar?
Ellos pues te llaman, okay?
Thank you.
He understands.
Yes, ma'am. All
Thank
right,
you,
I'm going to find that the violations exist. Each of the violations will be given 35 days to come into compliance or face fine of $50 a day.
Diciendo es que él está viendo que todas las violaciones se existieron, te va a dar los 35 días y son $50 a partir de los 35 días, ¿ok? Dame tu teléfono. I'm just getting his phone number.
It's okay. Yeah. That's fine. We'll take another case.
Yeah.
Our next case, page 32. Inspector Ramon Oliveira.
Or maybe, yeah.
Case number CE 2507079. Case address 2248 Southwest 14th Court. Owner HPA Borrower 2016-1 LLC. Posted at property 101025. Posted at 1 East Broward 102025.
Morning, sir.
Good morning. My name's Evans Hasman. I work for the contractor hired by the owner to perform the work to comply with the code violations.
Okay.
Ramon Oliveira, Code Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 250-70799 for the property located at 2248 Southwest 14th Court. Notice of hearing posted on October 10th, 2025. The property was first inspected on July 25th, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 9-305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the property and swale area. This is a recurring violation of case CE 221-01053. 9-304B. Complied. The driveway is in disrepair. The driveway has cracks, grass growing through it, and an area that is deteriorating. This is a recurring violation to case CE 221-01053. As of a pre-hearing inspection conducted on November 5th, 2025, the property is not in compliance. The city is requesting 35 days to come into compliance of section 9-305B or a fine of $100 per day thereafter until compliance is met. Additionally, the city is requesting a finding of fact for violation 9-305B and 9-304B.
Sir, is there anything you want to add?
Okay, so on 9/30 we are approved for the we got our formal work order, but the way I saw it, we're going to I pulled a permit for a section of the driveway and for the sidewalk replacement at the approaches. Actually, one of them got approved today for the driveway. I approved.
Is the driveway? Wait, I'm sorry, just a minute. Is the driveway on here?
It's a driveway.
The driveway is on there. It's already complied.
Okay, so the driveway is complied. We'll set that aside. The only other thing I have is the landscaping needs to be maintained.
Right, and then the swale. The reason we haven't done the resodding at this moment is because we're going to be using a bobcat back and forth.
Okay.
And then once I finish the driveway,
to do the driveway.
Huh?
To do the driveway.
I got approved. Now I have to talk to.
No, I know, but the bobcats for the driveway.
For the driveway, yes.
When are you looking to do the driveway?
Once a permit gets approved. It's It's approved.
35 days? You think it'll be done in
Yes.
35 days?
35 days should be good. We do have a sub-permit for the sidewalk, which is a ROW type permit.
No.
I don't have the sidewalk. So here's the deal.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to give you 35 days to come into compliance on the landscape. I know you're telling me that the
landscape, yeah.
Bobcat's going to be around, but you got the driveway. The other one is that the driveway's in disrepair. They say that's now in compliance. They want me to make a finding of fact that it was not in repair at one point, and I'll make that finding of fact. There's no fine associated with that.
Okay.
So you basically have 35 days to bring landscaping into compliance or face a fine of $100 a day.
Okay, perfect.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much. All right.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 56. Inspector Vanessa Willis, case number CE 25010161, case address 1121 Northwest 5th Court, owner Fabiella Nozine, posted at, this case was first heard 6/26/25 to comply by 7/6/25 and 8/28/25. 6 sections not complied at $100 per day, $38,600 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Good morning. Can you state your name for the record, please?
Good morning. My name is Fabiola Nozin.
Are you the owner of the property?
Yes.
Okay.
Good morning, Vanessa Willis, City of Fort Lauderdale, Co-Compliance Officer. First, I'd like to make just one correction on the last violation, 9-363. I would like to withdraw it.
Okay.
I found out that she is actually the owner. She's not renting, so she is the owner there.
Okay, that's withdrawn.
Okay, perfect. So this case was first heard on June 26, 2025, and Special Master Flynn ordered 63 days to comply for violations 9-305B, 9 and 9-306, or a fine of $100 per day. Fine would accumulate, and 10 days to comply with 18-4C, 9-308B. And at this time, they are not in compliance. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on November 5th, 2025, and all violations remain in non-compliance.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning again. My name is
Hold on, just hey, folks in the back. Hey. Hello. Take it outside, please. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Start again, if you would.
Yes, I'm the owner of the property. So those stuff I have in the garage is to send to Haiti, but because of my country, the way it is right now, so.
No, I'm not going. Bear with me now. I'm not going to revisit the violations. They've already been found to exist. What I'm supposed to do is make a determination whether to impose the fine, which I think I will, with the idea that when they're in compliance, when you comply all the cases, you can apply for amnesty to get the fine reduced. Okay? I'm not going to go back and relitigate all of the violations. That took place at a prior hearing. Having said that, if there's something you want to add, is the city open to any extensions or not?
I'm just going to say it because she's a little hesitant. I understand that there was a language barrier between myself and the owner.
Okay.
But the neighbor expressed to me that she lost her son. So I just wanted to extend to her, if we could, stop the fines, allow her the 35 days in order to comply with those items.
Can she do it in 35 days?
Are you able to do it in 35?
I don't think she can do it in 35 days, can you?
No, I don't think I'm going to make it for 35 days.
Yeah, sure.
Right. So with the vehicle, she would
She's
be
got to
able
repair
to.
the soffits.
She
It's
would
going
be
to
able
take
to
a permit,
remove.
right?
No, it's minor work. It's just
Okay.
minor woodwork.
All right, why don't we do, I'll extend it 35 days. And I'll suspend the fines during that period of time. You want an order to reappear?
Yes.
Yeah,
And
okay,
that
so-
will give you more time in order to finish what you need to finish, but it's 35 days.
For all of them. They're all still in violation. She can talk to you about what the violations are that are still, but basically the ones that you were found in violation at the prior hearing, she's telling me still exist, so they haven't been complied. Well, actually one has. 9363 has been withdrawn.
Right.
But the rest of them exist. I'm going to give you 35 additional days. I'm going to suspend the fines during that period of time. They won't accrue, but they exist already, all right? And then I'm going to give an order to reappear so that you come back here on December 11th to see where we're at, okay?
Okay.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Okay. Our next case, page 64, Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 2503080, case address 248 Southwest 23rd Street, owner Daniel McKenna. This case was first heard 7/8/25 to comply by 7/23/25 and 8/12/25. One section complied at $50 per day, $1,000 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
State your name for the record, please.
Daniel McKenna.
Okay.
Inspector Rafael Sanchez for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case and address read into the record. Case was first heard on July 8th, 2025, where the magistrate found for the city to comply by July 23rd, 2025. Property was posted on October 16th, 2025 for this hearing. An inspection was conducted on July 23rd, 2025 and found that the violation remained. Property was re-inspected on August 12th, 2025 and found that the property was in compliance. The city is requesting the administrative cost of $681.
Yes, sir.
I really don't have anything to say. I mean, I'm sorry I had a violation. I corrected it as quick as I possibly could.
Noted for the record, they're all in compliance. I'll reduce the fine amount to the administrative costs incurred by the city, which is $681.
Okay.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 24, Inspector Bovary Xantis, case number CE 2504022, case address 1643 Northwest 13th Street, owner Paulone August and Stanley Dorr, posted at property 10/16/25, posted at 1 East Broward 10/20/25.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
You state your name for the record, please.
Stanley Dorr.
Okay. Who's this? Is there anyone here, code officer for this? I'm coming. There we are.
Good morning, Your Honor. Officer Xantis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale, Community Enhancement. Case number CE 25040252, property address 1643 Northwest 13th Street. This property was first inspected in April 9, 2025, and the following violations were observed. Violation 9-308B, the roof is stained and dirty. Violation 18-12A is now in compliance as of yesterday, 11/05/2025. Violation 18-4C is in compliance. Violation 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover that include in the swale area. Violation 24-7B is also in compliance. A notice of hearing was posted on the property on October 16, 2025. Pre-hearing inspection was conducted on yesterday, November 5th, 2025, revealed as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 35 days for violation 9-308B, or fine of $50 for each day thereafter, and 35 days for violation 9-305B, or fine of $50 for each day thereafter.
Yes, sir.
You said 9308B, which is the roof.
Yes.
I might not need more time because I'm looking to programs to replace the roof completely. Because I tried to
how much time do you need? How much time do you need?
90 days, I would say.
City opposed
Because
to
I
90 days?
intend to replace it in February.
City opposed to 84?
Sorry, Supervisor Brown, City of Fort Lauderdale. Are you doing programs through the city?
No, not yet. I'm looking to find a program I can actually
Okay, we can share the contact information with the division that handles those programs. And Magistrate, I would suggest the 112 days for the roof.
Okay. 35 days for the ground
Landscape.
cover?
Yeah, for the ground coverage.
Ground covers? Can I?
The missing grass.
The missing grass?
Yeah.
Like
The
in
areas
the
the areas where the grass are dead.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to find that two violations exist. For 9-308B, it was what, 100 and what? 112, which would be February 26, 2026, or a fine of $50 a day. For 9-305B, 35 days, or which would be December 11th, or a fine of $50 a day. In order to reappear?
Yes, please.
In order to reappear, which means you come back if it's not done and we can talk about it.
Thank you.
Good luck to you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case, page 31, Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 250300212, case address 138 Southwest 21st Way, owner Gil Perez, posted at property 101025, posted at 1 East Broward 102025.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. I'd like to request an adjournment for 5 grounds.
I'm sorry? An adjournment for what?
Morning, Your Honor. I'd like to request an adjournment on 5 grounds. The first is that there's a necessary witness that I have not been able to reach. I don't know what happened. There's a second vendor hired to amend the property. 2, recently I found that somebody apparently poured chemicals onto the front lawn, which seems to be killing anything that we plant there. I'd like to have it tested so that I could introduce the results of a chemical test for purposes of the finder of fact to make a determination. 3, there seems to be something happening to the vendors that are coming to take care of the lawn. 4, I've only had access to the property since September 1st. The property was rented. I really had no right to enter the property and bother the tenants. They were in a protected class. They were Hispanic, Spanish-speaking, undocumented apparently. And I had to hire counsel to dispossess them as a result of this experience. And then the 4th is that the 5th, I think I'm up to 5. The 5th is that I did request discovery. Early on, I asked for the pictures that the city was intending to produce, and it really was quite an experience to get them at all. But I recently asked for discovery, and I didn't get it. I'd like to have access to the pictures that are presented.
I'm sorry, I missed what's your name again? I'm sorry.
Oh, Gil, G-I-L, Perez, P-E-R-E-Z.
You're the attorney representing the respondent.
No, Your Honor.
You're the owner.
Your Magistrate. I am the owner of the property. I am an attorney. I practice administrative law in New York.
Okay.
And I find this whole procedure fascinating. I'm so glad to be here to experience it with you. But
I'm open to a continuance to the next meeting.
We are not.
Huh?
We are not.
Okay. But go ahead.
So the
Let me just, before you start though, let me say, there's no discovery in this process.
Correct.
The law under Florida, I think you're entitled to look at the documents if you want to come in and look at them. Certainly you can do that, but there is not a discovery process under 162 of the Florida statutes. It doesn't apply. Nevertheless, I think you're entitled to see everything they have. If you want to come in and look at the file, I think you can do that.
So, Your Honor, if you would indulge me for a moment.
Sure.
So the code inspector, who will testify shortly, has provided photos 3 times to the property owner. As you can see on the agenda, everything is complied with the exception of one item. Let's first get to the issue with
what's the item that's not complied?
So the item that's not complied is 9-305B.
Missing sod?
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
And Inspector, can you please testify for the record at what the dates and times that you provided photos to the property owner?
Sure. Photos were sent on July 3rd, 2025 at 12:46 p.m. Photos were also sent on October 30th, 2025 at 4:44 p.m. And photos were sent on March 20th, 2025 at 8:30 a.m.
Did you get those?
no,
Do you have any idea why?
no.
Okay.
And in addition, I would like to obtain counsel at this point. I put chemicals on the lawn with the intent to kill the lawn.
All right, I'm going to grant a continuance to the next meeting, which is when? December 11th.
I have to appear before the Court of Appeals in New York on that day. Can we do it in January?
Very day. Do you have evidence of that, sir?
I'm an attorney admitted in New York. Do I have evidence of it before?
Look, everybody,
Do I have
no. Everybody calm down, okay? This is a case about grass. So what I'm going to do, I understand the city's position. They sent you pictures. You said you didn't get them. They say they sent them. I'm trying to get the personalities out of this, okay? So, I granted your request for a continuance over the city's objections.
I'm going to
grant we're going to do it in January, okay?
Thank you, Your
It's
Honor.
going in January. It's a case of, all right. It's a case about grass. Okay, so let's come on, folks.
Your Honor, it's a case about grass that I have already spent $15,974 to resolve.
Okay, it's continued to January. I'll grant you that. You can, if you need counsel, you can get counsel then. If you want to look at their file, I think you can probably make an arrangement with them to come in and look at it if you wish to do so. I mean, I shouldn't speak for them, but that seems to me to be something that would be possible. And we'll deal with it in January, assuming it's not complied. January 29th.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Okay, what's next?
Our next case, page 44. Inspector Wanda Aquavella, Leonard Champagne, presenting case number CE 25090665, case address 720 Northeast 17th Court. Owner, GR Ventures FL LLC, posted at property 101525, posted at Wendy's Broward 102025.
State your name for the record, please.
Marta Rodriguez.
Okay. You're the owner, right?
No, I'm representing them.
And what's your relationship to them?
I work for them, for the office.
Okay. All right. Which case is it? Okay. All right.
Leonard Champagne for the City of Fort Lauderdale for case number CE 25090665, address 720 Northeast 17th Court. This property was initially inspected on September 24th, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 15281D1A, there are 3 violations of the city's ordinance, which constitutes a request for a 180-day suspension of the vacation rental certificate. Case CE 2505044 was a violation 18-1 for a public nuisance, 1771A noise amplified sound, and 17710A noise amplified sound. The city is requesting the full 180-day suspension of the vacation rental certificate.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, we understand that there was a party with one of our guests. It was the only party that we have had any issue with, and we have implemented the noise detector to work immediately. Have someone on site, also, close by, in case there's any other issue. And we have implemented our promotion screening, inventing all guests' background and checking, making sure that they sign an addendum against not to have any noise at that.
Yeah, but there are 3 violations that have already been heard.
The
correct?
3 violations, yes.
Yes. So I don't really want to go back and revisit them. I think you probably were here for the prior discussion.
Okay.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
We're trying not to close it for 180 days. That's a lot of business there. What can we do to remedy that? We have taken all immediate actions of everything that they have asked and requested. At this point, we have complied immediately.
Okay. Well, I'm not really in a position to tell you how to bring your property into compliance. That's kind of beyond the scope of what I'm going to do. I'm going to find that the violations that exist, and I'm going to suspend the certificate for that period of time.
Your Honor, can we go with this? Does she have anybody there at the present so we can do it immediately, or is there?
How much time? When do you want it done? Do you need time to is there anybody there?
Yes, I mean, I can check. I can make sure that there's someone there for the you want to inspect it again?
No. When is the?
I'm sorry.
Do you have someone living there now?
Okay, it's a vacation rental. It's an Airbnb.
Is it empty now?
I have to check and make sure that there's.
Can we
no
just give her the
guest
30
there
days?
now.
30
Start
days?
the suspension in 30 days.
30 days.
So 30 days?
No, the suspension is, what's the requested, 180, but I'll give you 30 days before it goes into effect.
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case, page 62, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 24110523, case address 2837 Southwest 3rd Street, owner Herman Myers and Eric Smith and all others. This case was first heard 6/26/25 to comply by 8/28/25. 2 sections not complied at $50 per day, $7,000 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
Good morning, sir. State your name for the record, please.
Eric Smith. Inspector Rachel Moore.
State your name. I'm sorry.
Eric Smith.
Thank you. Are you the owner?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Inspector Rachel Moore for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting cases read. And the case was first brought before the Special Magistrate on 6/26/25. At the Special Magistrate hearing, Special Magistrate Flynn ordered 63 days to comply for the violations of 9-305B and 9-308 parentheses A, or $50 per day thereafter for per violation. And also a finding of fact for the violation of 18-12A and 9-304B was also ordered. On post-magistrate inspection dated 9/3/25, the property remains out of compliance. As of pre-hearing and inspection dated 11/5/25, the property still remains out of compliance. The city is not opposed to granting a 84-day extension with the stay of fines, as the property owner is actively working with the Housing and Community Development Department to complete the necessary property repairs.
Yes, sir. They're going to grant you 84 additional days.
That's fine.
Okay, and they'll suspend the fines during that period of time. There are some existing fines, but that's not being dealt with today. Do you know what the violations are?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm going to extend 84 days would be January 29th, 2026, and I'll suspend the fines. Do you want an order to reappear? Order to reappear?
Only if needed. No.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
Our next case, page 23, Inspector Bovary-Xantis, case number CE 25050724, case address 1523 Northwest 14th Street, owner Sharisa Cox, posted at property 101625, posted at 1 East Broward 102025.
Morning. I think it's still morning.
Good morning.
State your name for the record, please.
Sharon Equal Cox.
Okay.
David Cox.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Good morning, Your Honor. Officer Xantis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale, Community Enhancement. Case number CE 2504-07-24, property address 1523 Northwest 14th Street. This property was first inspected in May 29, 2025, and the following violation were observed. Violation 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property, including its well. Violation 9-304B, there are multiple vehicles, boat, and trailers parked on the lawn grass area. Violation 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. Violation 9-280H1, the wooden fences at this property are broken and in disrepair, not being maintained as required. Both wooden fences are broken and missing panels. Violation 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and walk-up appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. Violation 47-34.1.8.1, there's illegal land use occurring at this property. There's outdoor storage including but not limited to tables woods, scraps, metals, bricks, refrigerators, tires, vacuums, and other miscellaneous items. This is not permitted per the ULDR of this RS8 zone, single-family residence. Violation 25-4, there are vehicles obstructing the sidewalks at this property. Violation 18-4C, there are derelict vehicles and boat being parked and stored at this property, including but not limited to a gray derelict Chevy seated on a jack and trash and debris underneath it. A notice of hearing was handed to the property owner at the time of my posting, and also a pre-hearing inspection was conducted in October 23rd and November 5th, 2025, revealed as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 15 days at a fine of $50 for violation 18-12A, 15 days for violation 9-304B, or fine of $50 for each day thereafter, 35 days for violation 9-306, or fine of $50 for each day thereafter, 35 days for violation 9-280H1, or fine of $50 for each day thereafter, 35 days for violation 9-305B, or fine of $50 for each day thereafter, 35 days for violation 47-34.1.8.1, or fine of $50 for each day thereafter, and also 15 days for violation 25-4, or fine of $50 for each day thereafter, 15 days for all derelict vehicles, including the boats, all fine of $50 for each day thereafter.
How many days for 25-4?
15, 1-5.
Okay. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So we are currently working on everything. Which days, which codes are for 15 days and which are for 35?
Yeah, you want to just tell them what.
Because we started some of the,
Sure, indeed. Okay, so we have 15 days for the grass and the trash and the debris.
Okay.
We have 15 days for the vehicles that are parked and the boats that are parked in the grass areas.
Okay.
And we have 15 days for the vehicles that are obstructing the sidewalks. And
Those have been moved.
And 15 days also for every derelict vehicles on the property, including the boats on the property.
Okay. So all of those have been completed. So
Well,
the ones that are 35 days?
He'll have to confirm that, though. You'll have to go out and confirm that.
Okay, no, yeah, we're just saying
And then
that we did
35
those
days
first.
for the remaining violations.
Okay. Hold on. Okay.
I mean, look, if you tell
No,
me
no.
they're in compliance, he'll just have to go out and confirm it.
No, yeah, the moving of the vehicles and the picking up of the debris and stuff like that, trash, that's been done. We're still currently working on clearing out the back so that we can move the boats.
Okay.
And we've done the painting of the house, the fascia, the facade, all
but
of
if you're
that
going to
type of
move the
stuff.
boat, you got to move the boats in 15 days, right?
Definitely.
So the boat's got to move in 15 days.
Your Honor, I can go over everything with them outside here.
Yeah, we
so-
use the boats, so we have to remove them from the property. We're confused on
The
that.
boat needs to be removed from the grass where it's parked. It has to be on a hard surface. It has to be on. You
Okay,
do
yeah,
not
yeah.
have to remove it completely from your property, but it has to be on a hard surface.
Okay, so it's in the driveway. Okay, yeah. All right.
Okay.
And
All right.
so 35 days for.
Okay. I think he just read it to you for each of them. So I'm going to find that those violations exist. I'm going to impose those time constraints. He can clarify with you outside the hearing exactly, but I think he went through each one with you, and we don't
Yeah,
really.
but he said 15 days for this and 35 for that. So I'm trying to figure out.
Yes, ma'am.
What is
I will get
15
with
days,
you.
what is 35 days?
I will get with you.
All right, hold, folks, hold. 15 days for the trash, 15 days for the vehicles, 15 days for the vehicles that are obstructing the sidewalk, 15 days for the derelict vehicles and boats which are stored on the property, included but not limited to a gray derelict Chevy sitting on a jack with trash and debris beneath it.
Okay. And
That's
the
15
30
days. And
and then the
35
35
days for the remainder, which is exterior walls that have stains, peeling paint,
Okay.
wooden fence,
Mhm.
landscape at the property,
Okay.
and the bricks and the refrigerators and all of that debris.
Okay, and then
Okay?
it's $15. I mean, $50 a day thereafter. Got it.
Okay.
All right.
You want
Thank
an
you.
order to reappear? No. Okay. Thank
No,
you,
Your Honor.
folks.
Okay, no
Thank you.
problem. Thank you.
Our next case, page 59, Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 250301515, case address 2664 Southwest 7th Street, numbers 1 through 3, owner Edgar Bruce. This case was first heard 6/26/25, complied by 7/11/25. Two sections complied at $100 per day, $12,800 accrued, and the city is requesting the full amount.
You state your name for the record, please.
Betty West.
Are you the owner?
No, I'm his wife.
Okay.
Ramon Oliveira, Code Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 250-30515 for the property located at 2664 Southwest 7th Street. Notice of hearing posted October 17th, 2025. The case was first heard on June 26, 2025, where Special Magistrate Flynn ordered 15 days to comply or $100 per day thereafter for each violation until compliance is met. Violation 18-4.c and 9-304B complied on September 13, 2025, and were out of compliance for 64 days each. The city is requesting a full imposition of fines.
Yes, ma'am. Anything you want to say?
Yeah, oh, yeah, absolutely. My husband is very ill, and he lives on a limited income. My grandson, I think, are these related to the trailer?
All of the violations have been complied.
Yes.
They're all in compliance. There is an existing fine, which they're asking me to impose.
He will.
I'm going to impose the fine, but there is a process that you can apply to get it reduced.
Okay.
Okay, so they can talk to you about that.
What
All
is-
of the violations are in compliance.
Special Magistrate?
Yes, unless I'm missing something.
No, it's okay. Yes, the violations that were running fines, that the only ones that were remaining were related to the trailer. Were you saying something about your grandson and the trailer?
Yes, we did. My husband was in the hospital, and I'm there daily with him. So we had told him to move that trailer, that it could not be there, and we assumed that it was, and it wasn't.
Okay. What are the admin costs?
Admin costs are $578.
The city's not opposed to requesting the admin costs since it was, out of your
All
power.
right, you want
remove
reduced
it.
to the admin?
Yes, please.
What's that amount again?
$578.
All right, I'm going to reduce it to the administrative costs.
Okay.
Okay? And there'll be an order sent to you that tells you that, basically. Okay?
And how much does he owe?
How much? I'm sorry?
How much does he owe?
500 and what is it?
And $78.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 10, Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 250600531, case address 303 Northeast 14th Avenue, owner Brian F. Reddington, posted at property 102725, posted at 1 East Broward 102025.
Good morning, I guess. Still?
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, panel.
Maybe not. You stated your name, right?
Brian F. Reddington.
Thank you.
Officer John Claude Noel with the City of Fort Lauderdale. Code compliance presenting case that was just read. This property was first inspected on 6/20/2025 for the following violations. Violation 18-12.A. There is rubbish and lawn debris surrounding the property and or its swale to include but not limited to palm fronds. Violation 9-304B. The concrete paver driveway at this property is not being maintained. The surface has cracks or damaged areas and are stained and discolored. There are also missing ground cover grass between the concrete pavers in the driveway. The apron at the driveway, there's a mixture of grass, weeds, and dirt and rocks. Violation 9-305B, the landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead or missing ground cover to include the swale. Violation 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior that has stains, missing or peeling paint to include the fascia, the soffit, shutters, and areas of the support beams, poles in the carport. Violation 9-280C, complied. Violation 9-280H, withdrawn. Violation 18-1, complied. Violation 47.34481, complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on November 5th, 2025. These violations are still in these violations are still in violation. It's going to be 18-12. The city is requesting 10 days to comply with 18-12 or a fine of $50 per day thereafter. The city is requesting 35 days to comply with violation 9-305B, 9-305, 9-304B, and 9-306 or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
I'm sorry, for 9305B is 35 days?
35 days for correct.
And 9306 is 35?
Correct.
Okay. Yes, sir.
What was the first one that you said there were 10 days?
You have some leaves that need to be raked and picked up. That's near the swale. You rake that up and clean it up.
I discussed that with you while you were there the other day and told you I have a lawn service that comes every other week, and you just happen to come the week prior so that they come. And with regular wind, and I'm a corner house, the leaves from the coverage of my trees are going to come down.
I know.
Are you expecting me to sweep my sidewalk every day?
No, Brian,
okay, I'm just checking because you said that you're going to make that go away.
I said we're going to go. You make the phone call.
You said you're going to make that go away.
You call me when the lawn guy gets there. I come and take a photo. I can close that violation.
I'm requesting some extra time for first of all, the coverage of the area that he wants replaced of sod has a giant banyan tree and a huge olive tree that covers that area, which I've tried several times to put grass there. It does not grow. So we agreed on putting mulch. And then the fascia of the house and the roof, or whatever he was talking about, I had just, within the last year and a half, had the entire roof pressure cleaned and sealed.
Additional time or not?
We can give.
We're not opposed.
To what? How much time are you open for?
You can give the 84 days.
Well, you can do 10 days on the leaves, okay?
Okay,
but we're going to do 10 days on the leaves.
Okay.
And then the other ones, 84 days, I guess?
Yes, Your Honor.
You all right with that?
Yes.
And to bring it back, that order reappear or not? No?
I don't think Brian needs to come back. I think Brian's going to have everything taken care of, and
all right.
We'll close the case.
So it's going to be 84 days on the other one, or $50 a day for each fine.
All right, and you're going to come back out in 10 days to see the leaves have been swept up?
Yep. You have my number, Brian. Call me when that's taken care of.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Our next case, page 64, Inspector Bover-Exantis, case number CE 2405-0481, case address 1613 Northwest 11th Court, owner Danielle Blaze. This case was first heard 6/26/25 to comply by 7/6/25 and 7/24/25. Two sections not complied at $100 per day, $21,000 accrued. One section complied at $100 per day, $500 accrued for a total of $21,500. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
Morning, sir.
Hey, good morning. My name is Daniel Blaze, the owner.
1613.
Good morning, Your Honor. Officer Exensis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement. Case number CE 2405-0481, property address 1613 Northwest 11th Court. This case was first heard on June 26, 2025. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered 10 days to comply for violation 9-313. Point A, in 28 days for the remaining violations, or fine of $100 per day for each violation each day thereafter. At this time, the property remains in violations. The city is requesting all fines to be imposed until the property is brought into compliance.
Yes, sir.
So what I can do?
I'm sorry?
Can you guys give me some more time, like especially for the driveway?
It's been 105 days. Once complied, Lance, why has it been 105 days?
Yeah, so what happened was, I stay in Miami in my condo, but I used to have one of my friends living in the property, but I wasn't aware of the driveway. I just now found out, like not too long ago, after I kicked him out. And he ended up telling me everything about the property.
Okay, unless the city's opposed, I'm just going to impose the fine. Are you looking for an extension of time or not?
Your Honor, the city would not oppose for an extension, so we'll grant him a 35 days extension with a still fine.
Okay. 25 days would be...
35 days.
35, I'm sorry, would be December 11th. Or I'll suspend the fines during that period of time. You want him to reappear?
Yes, Your Honor.
And then you come back.
All right, thank you.
Okay, I got to tell you, if I'm the one here, that's it. Okay.
All right.
I mean, it's been 105 days, so. All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You guys have a good day.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 59, Inspector Vanessa Willis, case number CE 240900347, case address 1700 Northwest 5th Street, owner Family Land Trust number 1700, owner Jerry Riggs, trustee. This case was first heard 5/29/25 to comply by 7/24/25. One suspension from 9/25/25 to 10/10/25. Two sections comply at $100 per day. $13,600 accrued, and the city is requesting the full amount.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, it is afternoon.
I imagine it probably is. But state your name for the record.
Yeah, Brad Hertz.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
And you're what? The owner?
I'm the trustee. I'm the
trustee.
No, beneficiary.
Beneficiary. Okay.
As read into the record for case CE 240900347, the case was first heard on May 29th, 2025, and subsequently they did come into compliance. So 9-305B and 9-306 at this time, as of 10/15/2025, are now in compliance. The city is requesting the full amount of the fines.
So they're in compliance for everything, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yes, sir. Anything you?
We went ahead and did take care of painting the areas of the concern. We then went ahead and took all the rocks out, put down a substrate, put the rocks back out. Prior to this hearing, I'd called Vanessa and I said, we good? And she said, no, the grass is back and the painting still needs to be done. What had happened is the children at the property, I said graffiti, but she's saying it's kids play, had written all over the walls, unbeknownst to me, which we have now subsequently repainted. And the problem I think we have is that the substrate they put down, because when I went out there was grass, and when I pulled it, I was pulling them out of the roots, which didn't make any sense. I thought maybe there was just dirt under the rocks. Mm-hmm. So I think they put down the wrong substrate. So what I'm going to do is have to redo all of this, and I guess we'll work on whether I'm going to put grass back or put the right...
It's in compliance. I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you. It's in compliance now.
But it's probably going to happen again.
Okay. You guys can talk about that, about how you're going to deal with it. But what they're asking me to do is impose the fine, which I'll do. There's an amnesty process that you can apply for.
Couldn't I just pay the administrative fees? I did do the work originally. I did paint it, and I did go ahead and spend money pulling the rocks out and putting the substrate in. And what I'm saying is I'm going to be here in another 2 months if I don't go ahead and get it in full compliance and redo it properly.
Magistrate, the city is requesting the full amount in fines.
Okay, I'm going to post the fines. There's an amnesty program. Thank you, sir. Is that it? We have one more.
One more. Next case, page 23. Inspector Bovary Exantis, case number CE 25050620, case address 1556 Northwest 10th Place, owner 1556 Northwest 10th Place Land Trust, posted at property 101625, posted at 1 East Broward 102025.
Yes, sir. You're up. State your name for the record, please.
Roderick Amar.
Okay.
Good morning, your Magistrate Officer Executive on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement. Case number CE 2505-06-2020. Property address 1556 Northwest 10th Place. This property was first inspected in May 24, 2025, and the following violation were observed. Violation 9-306. The exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. Violation 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and its well. Violation 9-280H1 is complied. A notice of hearing was posted on the property in October 16, 2025, and a pre-hearing inspection was conducted in November 5, 2025, revealed as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 35 days or a fine of $100 for violation 9-306. And 15 days for violation 18-12A, or a fine of $100 for each day thereafter.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we spoke about it. I'm okay with it. We're going to get it.
All right, I'll find that the violations, just the respondent will be given 35 days to come into compliance for 9-306 for face fine of $100 a day and 15 days for 18-12A or $100 a day.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you,
sir.
Honor.
All right, we're going to take a break. I'm open to suggestions on what do we do. Do you want to take a break for lunch, or what do we do? How many cases?
15-minute recess.
15-minute recess? Okay. All right, thank you.
Our first case, page 4, Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 25030611, case address 1200 Northeast 13th Street, owner Javier Cortez, posted at property 101625, posted at 1 East Broward 102025.
Officer Jean-Claude Noel for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case that was just read. This property was first inspected on 3/25/2025, and the following violations are violation 9-305A. There is growth of landscape material along with an accumulation of leaves and branches encroaching upon the public right-of-way. Violation 18-12A. There's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and or its swale. Violation 9-306. The exterior building walls have not been maintained. The exterior walls have stains, missing, peeling paint. The awnings, fascia, and soffits are stained and dirty. The exterior part of the building has missing and peeling cracks throughout the property and mismatched paint. Violation 9-308B. There is debris, trash, and other elements which are not permanent on the roof. The roof is stained and dirty. There is foliage in a tree branch and other elements that are not part of the roof of the building that are required to be that we require them to remove from the roof area. Violation 9-305B, the landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead or missing ground cover. There are areas of missing shrubbery and areas that are bare. Violation 9-304B, there are weeds, grass growing through the driveway and the apron of the driveway. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on November 5th, 2025, and the property remains in violation. The city is requesting 10 days to comply with violation 18-12, violation 9-305, 18-12A, violation 9-305A, or a fine of $50 per day thereafter. The city is requesting 35 days to comply with violation 9-306, 9-308B, 9-305B, and 9-304B, or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
All right, I'm going to find that there's notice sworn testimony of the city is uncontested. I'm going to give the respondent 10 days for 935-0A or $50 a day, 10 days for 1812A or $50 a day, 35 days for 9306, 9308, and 9305B and 9304B.
Next case, page 5, Inspector Guy Seiderman, case number CE 25030571, case address 1888 Northwest 9th Lane, owner Eric Hutton, posted at property 101325, posted at 1 East Broward 102025.
Name, case, and address as read. The property was first inspected on 3/20/2025 and given time to correct for the following violations. Violation 9-305B, the landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover, including but not limited to the swell area. Violation 18-12A, there's overgrowth on this property and or its swell. The property was posted on 10/13/2025. My pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 10/27/2025. The property remained in violation. For violation 18-12A, the city is requesting within 10 days or a fine of $150 a day thereafter. For violation 9-305B, the city is requesting compliance within 28 days or a fine of $150 per day thereafter.
Okay, I find that there's notice, there's posting at the property, sworn testimony of the city is uncontested, the violation exists. The respondent will be given to, you want to do $150? Is this a repeat violation or just or an initial one?
This is going to be an initial, however, that area there,
yeah.
There's a junkyard right there also, and with this, there's a lot of mosquitoes. I'm getting a lot of complaints from the neighbors.
Okay, that sounds good. All right, 9305B is 28 days, is that what? Or $150 a day, 1812A, 10 days or $150 a day.
Our next case, page 7, Inspector Bovary Exantis, case number CE 2507-0015, case address 1030 Northwest 15th Avenue, owner Obed Bernard, posted at property 101625, posted at 1 East Broward 102025.
Northwest 15th Avenue.
Good afternoon, your magistrate. Officer Exantis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement. Case number CE 2507-0015, property address 1030 Northwest 15th Avenue. This property was first inspected in July 1st, 2025. At this time, all violations are in compliance. The city is requesting the finding of fact that the violation did exist.
Each of them? For each of them?
For the violation 9-305A.
Okay. And any other one? Or is that it?
The case is in compliance. All
No, I
violations.
know. They're all in compliance. I just tried. Do you want finding of facts for each of the violations or just 9?
No, just 9-305A.
Okay, I'm going to find that there's notice. Sworn testimony of the city is uncontested. I'll find that the violations are all in compliance. I'll make a finding of fact that 9305A did in fact take place, and it will be a repeat violation if it happens again.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Next case, page 8, Inspector Guy Seidemann, case number CE 2507-0229, case address 720 Northwest 20th Avenue, owner Progressive Industries LLC, posted at property 101325, posted at 1 East Broward 102025.
Name, case, and address as read. The property was first inspected on 10/27/2025 and given time to correct for the following violations. Violation 24-27B, the trash carts were not pulled back to an approved area and left out along the fence on a non-trash pickup date. This violation is complied, however, is a reoccurring violation per case number CE 231-00697. Violation 9-305B. There are areas throughout the property and its swell with dead or missing ground cover. This is a reoccurring violation per case CE 231-00697. Violation 9-280B. There are building parts at this RM15 multi-unit apartment building with walls that have dark marks and stains and in a few areas missing paint. The violation is not complied. However, this is a reoccurring violation per case CE 231-00697. Violation 9-306. The exterior fascia board has dark marks and stains. Violation 47-20.20H complied. Violation 47-34 1.A.1 complied. Violation 9-280H1. The fence is missing parts, not properly connected, and not properly maintained. Property was posted on 10/13/2025. My pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 10/27/2025. The listed violations still remain non-compliant. 4 violations: 9-305B, 9-306, 9-280H1, and 47-20.20H. The city is requesting compliance within 36 days or a fine of $150 per day thereafter.
I'm sorry, I got to ask you, 9305B, 9306, 47-2020, and there was another one.
9-280H1.
Okay, and I'm sorry, you want how many days for that?
36 days or a
Can we
fine
do
of
35?
35.
35?
Yeah.
Okay, that's my mistake. I apologize.
Or a fine of what?
$150 per day thereafter. Also, the city is requesting a finding of fact. 4 violations: 24-27B, 9-305B, 9-280B.
Okay, I thought you said there was 4 finding of facts. There's 3?
Should be 3.
3, yeah, that's what you told me, 3. I thought initially you said 4. Okay, I'll find that there's notice. Sworn testimony of the city is uncontested. I'm going to find that the violations exist. For violation 305B, it'll be forget, how many days we doing for that? 35, or a fine of $150 a day. 9-280B, 35, or, no, that's complied. 9306, 35 days, 150. 4720.20H, 35 days or 150. I'll make findings of fact for 2427B, 9305B, 9280B. All right. What did we do for 9280H1?
9280H1.
35 days?
35 days.
Okay, or 150? Okay, thank you.
Next case, Inspector Guy Siderman, case number CE 25070474, case address 728 Northwest 20th Avenue. Owner Rodney Davis, posted at property 101325, posted at 1 East Broward 102025.
Name, case, and address as read. The property was first inspected on 10/27/2025 and given time to correct for the following violations. Violation 18, TAC 12A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and its swell. Violations 47, TAC 34, 1.A.1, complied. Violation 9, TAC 27.8E, complied. Violation 9, TAC 305A, there is growth of landscape material encroaching upon the public right-of-way. There is a tree on the northwest 7th Street side of the property that is growing into the street. This is a reoccurring violation per case CE 231-20528. Violation 9, TAC 280B. There is building parts which are deteriorated and are not being maintained. There are areas in the rear of the property that are in disrepair, not including but limited to the storage utility shed. Violations 9, TAC 306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior that have stains. This is a recurring violation per case CE 240-40806. Violation 9, TAC 280H1, the fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. This is a recurring violation as per case CE 231-20528. Violation 9, TAC 305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead or missing ground cover. This is a reoccurring violations per case CE 240-40806. Violation 9, TAC 304B, both driveways and aprons not being maintained in a smooth and well-graded condition. There are cracks, stains with dark marks, weeds, and grass growing through the cracks. This is a reoccurring violation as per case CE 240-40806. Property was posted on 10/13/2025. My pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 10/27/2025. The listed violations still remain non-complied. For violations 1812A and 9305A, the city is requesting compliance within 15 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter. For violation 9, TAC 305B, 9, TAC 280H1, 9, TAC 306, and 9, TAC 280B, the city is requesting compliance within 36 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
Yeah, it'll be 35.
35.
Okay. What do we do for 9280H1?
That's 35 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
Okay. Am I making findings of fact in this case or not?
Yeah, for violation 9, TAC 304B, the city is requesting compliance within 50 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
35 days. 35 days, right?
35. Didn't
35 days and $50 a day fine, right? That
was for 9305B, 9 TAC 280H1, 9 TAC 306, and 9 TAC 280B. That was 35 days or a fine of $50 per day for those.
Yeah.
Yeah, 304B, the city is requesting compliance within
35 days.
35 days.
Or $50 a day.
Or $50 a day.
Right. Okay, I'm going to find that there is notice.
Also, city's requesting a finding of fact.
Okay. For which ones? All of them?
9304B,
Okay, wait a minute. 9304B. Okay.
9-TAC 305B, 9-TAC 280H1, 9-TAC 306, 9-TAC 305A.
Okay. I'm going to read this, and if I get this right, it will be a miracle. I'm going to find that there's violations. I find that there's notice. I'm just going to take it each 1812 is 15 days or $50 a day. 9305A is $15 days, $50 a day. I make a finding of fact for that as well. 9280B is 35 days or $50 a day. 9306 is 35 days, $50 a day. There's a finding of fact for that. 9280H1 is 35 days, $50 a day. Finding of fact. 9305B is 35 days, $50 a day. Finding of fact. 9-304B is 35 days, $50 a day. Finding of fact.
Correct.
That's a miracle. Thank you.
Our next case, page 13, Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 25080195, case address 1017 Northeast 5th Street, owner 1017 Northeast 5th Street LLC, posted at property 10/16/25, posted at 1 East Broward 10/20/25.
I didn't think Lauderdale, though. I'm sorry. Which page? 13. Thank you. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Officer Jean-Claude Noel for the City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance, presenting the case that was just read. This property was first inspected on 8/11/2025. 18-12, there's overgrowth, trash, and rubbish and debris surrounding this property and or its swale. 9-205B, the concrete driveway at this property is not being maintained. The surface has cracks and is damaged. 9-205B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead or missing ground cover to include the swale. 9-305A, complied. 9-306, the exterior building and walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior wall that has missing or peeling paint. 9-280C, the sidewalk abutting the property have cracks and is damaged. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on November 5th, 2025. The city is requesting 10 days to comply with violation 18-12 or a fine of $100 per day thereafter. The city is requesting 35 days to comply with violation 9-304B, 9-305B, 9-306, 9-280C, or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
Okay, I'm going to find that there's notice. One testimony, the city is uncontested. The respondent will be given 10 days for 1812A, or face fine of $100 a day. The respondent will be given 35 days for 9304B, 9305B, 9306, and 9280C, or face a fine of $100 a day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Next case, page 14, Inspector Vanessa Willis, case number CE 250403555, case address 509 Northwest 20th Avenue, owner Charles W. Yeargin, posted at property 10/15/25, posted at 1 East Broward 10/20/25.
Vanessa Willis, Senior Code Compliance Officer for City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE 250403555, property located at 509 Northwest 20th Avenue. The property was first inspected on April 11th, 2025, and given time to correct for the following violations. 9-304B, there are vehicles parked on the grass or lawn area, and the driveway is in disrepair. There's missing gravel and weeds growing through it. Violation 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the property and in the swale area. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia and soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. 9-313A, complied. Violation 9-280B, there are building parts which are deteriorated and not maintained, including but not limited to jacks, car parts, machinery, doors, miscellaneous items throughout the property. Violation 18-12A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and or its swell, including but not limited to jacks, car parts, machinery, doors, and miscellaneous items throughout the property. And violation 9-280H1, complied. The property was posted on October 15, 2025, and at the property and also on 1 East Broward Boulevard on 10/20/2025. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on November 5th, 2025, and violations 9-304B, 9-305B, 9-306, 9-280B, and 18-12 remain in non-compliance, as depicted in the attached photos and submitted. The city is requesting 35 days to comply and $50 per day thereafter for 9-304B. For 9-305B, 84 days to comply or $50 per day thereafter. And for 9-306, 84 days to comply and $50 per day thereafter. 9-280B, 84 days with $50 per day thereafter. And 18-12A, 15 days to comply with $50 per day thereafter.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to find that there's notice. Sworn testimony of the city is uncontested. I'm going to give the respondent 35 days for 9304B, and I think that's it, or a fine of $50 a day. I'm going to give the respondent 84 days for 9305B, 9306, 9280B, or face fine of $50 a day, and for 1812A, it will be 15 days or a fine of $50 a day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 16, Inspector Malik Jones, case number CE 25070689, case address 1337 Northwest 7th Terrace.
I'm sorry. Is this gentleman here for a case?
Yes, we're gonna call his next.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Owner Jason Zapka and Claudia Zapka posted at property 10/17/25, posted at 1 East Broward 10/20/25.
Good afternoon, Code Officer Malik Jones, presented for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Reference to case number CE 250-70689 for the address of 1337 Northwest 7th Terrace. This case was first cited on July 25th, 2025 for the following violations: 47-20.20.H, complied. 9-363, failure to register the residential rental dwellings within the city. The free application has not been submitted or is incomplete. The city is requesting 10 days for 9-363 to comply, or a daily fine of $100 per day thereafter.
Okay, I'm going to find that there's notice. Sworn testimony of the city is uncontested. I'm going to find that the respondent violated 9363 and will be given 10 days to come into compliance or face fine of $100 a day.
We have a respondent here for page 26.
Okay.
Inspector Mohammed Dayam, case number CE 25070666, case address 1309 Guava Isle. Owner Ezra Obed, posted at property 10/11/25, posted at 1 East Broward 10/20/25.
There, that microphone there. Sir, that microphone right there. There. State your name for the record, please. Okay.
You need to push the button at the bottom. There you go. Now restate your name, please.
Ezra Oved.
Okay.
Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance, presenting case and address as read. The inspection was conducted on July 22nd, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 9-308B, there is debris, trash, or another element which is not permanent on the roof. 18-12A, complied. 8-148A, there is a boat moored at this property that is unsightly or deteriorated. 9-280H, there is an accessory structure violation at this property. The pool deck is not being maintained in a well-kept appearance. The pool deck is dirty and stained. There were weeds growing over the surface. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia and soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing or peeling paint. 9-313A, rear of the property is not identified by approved address numbers. 9-308A, there are multiple broken and missing roof tiles. Roof is not in a good repair and is not weather or watertight. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas on the rear of dead and missing ground cover. A notice of hearing was posted on October 11th, 2025, and a pre-hearing inspection was conducted on November 5th, 2025. The property remains in violation. The city is requesting 84 days to comply for all violations. 8-148A, 9-280H, 9-306, 9-313A, 9-305B, 9-308A, and 9-308B, or a fine of $50 per day per violation thereafter.
Yes, sir. Is there anything you want to say?
I'm sorry?
Is there anything you want to say?
Yeah, of course I want to
Well,
say.
go ahead.
Okay, what happened is we had torrential rain in the past 2 months. Every 2 days it rained heavy. I washed the paver, guess what? A week later it's going to look dirty again from the mildew from the rain. On top of it, there is a situation with the iguana. You know all about the iguana. You guys know all about that animal that infested South Florida, especially
But we all got
the
to live
waterfront
with
property.
Just a minute, though. We all have to live with them, though.
No, you don't have to live with it.
Okay.
Do you know why, you guys? No. You have to do your job because you're expecting us to do our job. Clean the property, come here, conduct a hearing, legit hearing, looking good, right? Do your job by at least create a repellent, effective and tangible repellent against that animal. I have 15 iguana infested my property, 15 living on my roof. Come inspect the roof. I have a ladder out there. Crap all over the roof, non-stop. I clean, I wash, they bring debris from the canal and mud. By the time the inspector comes again, after I washed it and pressure wash it, it's dirty again. You never did anything. You never cleaned the property. I live in that property since 2002. It's been maintained all along for 23 years. You have the record for that.
Okay.
To confirm it. So now, what am I, to make a long story short?
Yes.
Be reasonable.
They're
Do
giving-
something
just
effective
a minute.
and tangible. That's what I asked the city. You know how many times I called the city, the property tax on Andrew? I said, do something about the iguana. If you don't want to put a trap and get rid of the iguana, you don't care. You see, you guys don't want to listen.
Okay.
You
I
don't wanna
gave
listen.
you,
This
sir.
is why I'm mad. That's why I'm upset.
Stop for a second, okay? You know as well as we're not going to be able to control iguanas. We live with them in South Florida.
Yeah,
no,
but you-
stop. This is my turn, okay? They're going to give you 84 days. They're going to give you nearly 3 months to bring it into compliance. I'm going to find that the violations exist. The respondent will be given until January 29th to come into compliance or a fine of $50 a day for each violation.
No, I mean, the inspector said until March, you can do it. You can say until...
It's 84 days. I told you if you need more, you would need to come yourself and ask the magistrate for extra time. And now you're here, so.
Okay, so I can ask for extra time. The reason why the roof is in process of being replaced with the new roof. Now, I can put the tile back. There is no debris on the roof. It's just tile that's been taken out because I had leaks. And we fixed the leak, and then the leak comes back again, and it turned to be that we need a new roof. Now, a new roof.
What's the...
So basically, he said that he want to comply all the violations within the 84 days except of the roof. The roof, he's asking for more days.
Are you opposed?
No, we're not opposing.
How much time are you okay with on the roof?
Your Honor, I would suggest 84 days for everything. With
then bring it back.
excuse me, sir. Do not interrupt me. Close your mouth.
but you don't know.
Close your mouth. Do not interrupt me. Absolutely not. I would suggest the 84 days on all violations and then with an order to reappear, so that way when the property owner says he has his roof permit in process, then we have a better time frame for how much time he'll need.
We're going to give you 84 days. It's going to be an order to reappear, which means that if there's any outstanding violations, you need to come back and we'll talk about it at that time.
No, okay, the rest of the stuff I can clean, but I need the inspector to come and see it when it's clean and not the iguana come and crap again.
We just talked about it. You're getting 84 days. There's a notice to reappear, okay? If you come back and if there's a permit and you've made progress on the roof, we can consider it. Okay, this case is done. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, so do something by creating a repellent like a mice and roaches to get rid of
our
the
next
iguana.
case. Our next case, page 18.
You see, they don't want to hear about that.
Inspector Malik Jones, case number CE 25070058, case address 1709 Northwest 7th Avenue. Owner Andre Edgel, posted at property 101625, posted at 1 East Broward 102025.
Code Officer Malik Jones, presented for the City of Fort Lauderdale in reference to case CE 250-70058 for the address of 1709 Northwest 7th Avenue. This case was first cited on July 3rd, 2025 for the following violations. 9-280H1. The chain link fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. 9-306 complied. 9-304B, the driveway has cracks. 18-12.A complied. The city is requesting 35 days for 9-280H1 and 9-304B to comply, or a daily fine of $100 per day thereafter.
Okay, I'll find that there's notice sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that violations exist. The respondent will be given 35 days for each violation or a fine of $100 a day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Next case, bottom of page 18, Inspector Malik Jones, case number CE 250800474, case address 25 Northwest 11th Street, owner Emily Lux, posted at property 101725, posted at 1 East Broward 102025.
Code Officer Malik Jones, presenting for the City of Fort Lauderdale in reference to case CE 250-80474 for the address of 25 Northwest 11th Street. This case was first cited on August 21st, 2025 for the following violations. 9-306. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. The fascia is stained and dirty. 47-20.20.H is complied. The city is requesting 35 days for 9-306 to comply, or a daily fine of $100 per day thereafter.
Okay, I'm going to find that there's no sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that the violation exists. The respondent will be given 35 days, which is December 11th, to come into compliance and face a fine of $100 a day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Next case, page 20, Inspector Malik Jones, case number CE 2509006, case address 128 Northeast 2nd Avenue, owner Robolini Land Holdings LLC, posted at property 101725, posted at 1 East Broward 102025.
Code Officer Malik Jones, presenting for the City of Fort Lauderdale in reference to case CE 250-90006 for the address of 1128 Northeast 2nd Avenue. This case was first cited on September 3rd, 2025 for the following violations. 18-12.A is complied. There is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and or its swell. This is a recurring case, reference case CE 241-00729. This case will be presented to the magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether compliance is met or not. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. The city is requesting 35 days for 9-305B to comply, or a daily fine of $50 per day thereafter, and to seek a finding fact for the violation of 18-12.A.
Okay. I find that there's notice sworn testimony of the city is uncontested, and I'll find that the respondent is given 35 days. How much was the fine amount?
$50 per day, sir.
$50. 35 days for 9-305B, or face fine of $50 a day. I'll make a finding 1812A is in compliance, but I'll make a finding of fact that it existed. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
Next case, Inspector Bovary Xantis, case number CE 25010011, case address 1501 Northwest 11th Court. This case is complied.
Okay, thank you.
Next case, page 21, Inspector Bovary Xantis, case number CE 25010108, case address 1526 Northwest 11th Court. Owner Chris Olson Guillaume, posted at property 101525, posted at 1 East Broward 102025.
Good afternoon, your Magistrate Officer Exensis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale, Community Enhancement. Case number CE 25010108, property address 1526 Northwest 11th Court. This property was first inspected in January 3rd, 2025, and the following violation were observed. Violation 9-363 has been withdrawn. Violation 9-304B, the parking on the lawn dirt surface prohibited. There are vehicles parked on the lawn grass area. The apron driveway and the gravel driveways are run through. There's grass and weeds growing through them. Violation 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and walk-up appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover that include in the soil area. Violation 9-306 is complied. Violation 18-1 is complied. A notice of hearing was posted on property in October 18, 2025, and a pre-hearing inspection was conducted on October 23rd, 2025, and then one also on November the 5th, 2025, revealed as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 35 days or a fine of $50 for each day thereafter for violation 9-304B, and 35 days or a fine of $50 for each day thereafter for violation 9-305B.
Okay, I'm going to find that there's notice. Sworn testimony of the city is uncontested. The respondent will be given 35 days for each violation or face a fine of $50 a day. That's for 9304B and 9305B.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Next case, page 22, Inspector Bovary Xantis, case number CE 25010482, case address 1104 Northwest 17th Avenue. Owner, Minnie Thirsty Jones, posted at property 101625, posted at 1 East Broward 102025.
Again, good afternoon, Your Honor. Officer Exensis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale, Community Enhancement, case number CE 25010482, property address 1104 Northwest 14th Avenue. This property was first inspected in January 11th, 2025, and the following violation were observed. Violation 9-305A is complied. Violation 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in the neat and walk-up appearance. There are areas that have stand and missing ground cover. That's on the right-of-way. Violation 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior that have stands and missing peeling paints. Violation 9-304B, there are vehicle parks on the lawn grass area. The driveway is not well maintained. The driveway is stained and dirty and has oil stain on it. Violation 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property, including the right-of-way. A notice of hearing was posted on property in October 16, 2025. Pre-hearing inspection was conducted in October 23rd and November 5th, 2025, revealed as depicted on the photos. The city is requesting 35 days for violation 9-305B, or fine of $50 for each day thereafter. 35 days for violation 9-306, or fine of $50 for each day thereafter. 35 days for violation 9-304B, or fine of $50 for each day thereafter. And 15 days for violation 18-12A, or fine of $50 for each day thereafter.
Okay, I'm going to find that there's notice. Sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that the violations exist. Violations 305B, 306, 9304B, they'll be 35 days to come into compliance or face fine of $50 a day. 1812 will be 15 days for $50 a day.
Next case, page 23, Inspector Bovary Xantis, case number CE 25050620, case address 1556 Northwest 10th Place. Owner 1556 Northwest 10th Place Land Trust, posted at property 1016.
Did we do that case?
Did we do this case?
I think so.
Yeah.
Okay, good, perfect. Next case, page 24, Inspector Muhammad Dam, case number CE 250800754, case address 1007 Citrus Isle, owner American Homes and Development Group LLC, posted at property 101125, posted at Wendy's Broward 102025.
Muhammad Dam City, Fort Lauderdale, code compliance, presenting case and address as read. The inspection was conducted on August 29th, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 18-12A, there is trash, rubbish, and debris on this property, consisting of construction debris and garbage bags on both sides of the property. 9-305B complied. 24-27B, there are containers left unscreened from public view as required and not pulled back to an approved location. A notice of hearing was posted on October 11th, 2025, and a pre-hearing inspection was conducted on November 5th, 2025. The property remains in violation. The city is requesting 15 days to comply for violations 18-12A and 24-27B, or a fine of $100 per day per violation thereafter. 15.
I'll find that there's notice, sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that the violations exist. The respondent will be given 15 days for each violation or face a fine of $100 a day.
Next case, Inspector Muhammad Dam, case number CE 25090618, case address 1820 Southwest 20th Street, numbers 1 and 2, owner Carly C. Talati, posted at property 101125, posted at Wendy's Broward 102025.
Muhammad Dam City of Fort Lauderdale, code compliance officer, presenting case and address as read. The inspection was conducted on September 24th, 2025, and the following violation was observed. 18-12A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and its swale. This is a recurring violation as per case number CE 24120078. A notice of hearing was posted on October 11th, 2025, and a pre-hearing inspection was conducted on October 30th, 2025. The property is complied. The city is requesting finding of fact for the complied violation 18-12A.
All right, I'm going to find that there's notice, sworn testimony of the city is uncontested the violation exists. I'll notice that it's complied. I'll make a finding of fact that it existed.
Next case, page 28, Inspector Muhammad Dam, case number CE 250800424, case address 1440 West State Road 84, owner GP Sari LLC, posted at property 101525, posted at Wendy's Broward 102025.
Muhammad Dam City of Fort Lauderdale, code compliance officer, presenting case and address as read. The inspection was conducted on August 15th, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 18-12A complied. 47-19.4.C.2 complied. 9-305, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas on the swale facing 27th Street of dead and missing ground cover. A notice of hearing was posted on October 18th, 2025, and a pre-hearing inspection was conducted on November 5th, 2025. The property remains in violation. The city is requesting 35 days to comply for violation 9-305B, or a fine of $100 thereafter.
Okay. Find that there's notice, sworn testimony of the city is uncontested. The respondent will be given 35 days to comply 9-305B, or face a fine of $100 a day.
Next case, page 27, Inspector Muhammad Dam, case number CE 25090542, case address 1531 Southwest 21st Street, owner Wing Lin, posted at property 101125, posted at Wendy's Broward 102025.
Muhammad Dam City of Fort Lauderdale, code compliance officer, presenting case and address as read. The inspection was conducted on September 20th, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 18-12A, there's trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and its swale. This is a recurring violation as per case CE 240800492. 9-313A complied. 47-34.1.A.1. There is illegal land use occurring at this RD 15 zone property. Outdoor storage consisting of tools, equipment, canopy, and miscellaneous item on the sides and the rear of the property. This is a recurring violation as per case CE 240800492. 9-306 complied. 9-363 withdrawn. 9-304B, there are vehicles parked on the grass. The driveway is not being maintained as required. The asphalt is cracked, faded with potholes in the middle. This is a recurring violation as per case CE 2408-0492. A notice of hearing was posted on October 11th, 2025, and a pre-hearing inspection was conducted on November 5th, 2025. The property is in compliance. The city is requesting finding of fact for violations 18-12A, 47-34.1.A.1, and 9-305B.
All right, I'll find that there's notice the sworn testimony of the city is uncontested, that the violations have been complied. I'll make findings of fact for 9304B. And what was the other one? Was there? Is that just it?
40.
B, not 4734-1A1 and 1812A. I'll make findings of fact that the violations did exist.
Our next case, page 28, Inspector Muhammad Dam, case number CE 25070966, case address 1444 Southwest 27th Court, owner Kristen Erica Cavallini Sutil, posted at property 10/11/25, posted at 1 East Broward 10/20/25.
Muhammad Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Officer, presenting case and address as read. The inspection was conducted on July 31st, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 18-12A, complied. 18-1, complied. 9-305, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior such as fascia that have stains and missing peeling paint. 9-280C, the walkway is not being maintained as required. The pavers are broken and uneven. 47-34.4.C.2.D, there's a recreational vehicle on this RS8 zone property being used for living and or sleeping. 9-304B, there are vehicles parked on the grass. The driveway is stained. A notice of hearing was posted on October 11th, 2025, and a pre-hearing inspection was conducted on November 5th, 2025. The property remains in violation. The city is requesting 35 days to comply for the remaining violation 9-305B, 9-306, 9-2800C, 47-34.4.C.2.D, and 9-304B, or a fine of $50 per day per violation thereafter.
All right, I'm going to find that there's notice sworn testimony of the city is uncontested, and I'll issue an order that's consistent with the testimony that was just given.
Next
so ordered.
Next case, Inspector Muhammad Dam, case number CE 2508-0426, case address 1490 West State Road 84, owner Port Everglades Service Station LLC, posted at property 10/15/25, posted at 1 East Broward 10/20/25.
Muhammad Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Officer, presenting case and address as read. The inspection was conducted on August 15th, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 18-12A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and its swale facing State Road 84 and 15th Avenue and 27th Street. This is a recurring violation as per case CE 221201A3, 47-19.4.D.8. There is a dumpster enclosure that is not maintained at this location. The interior walls are stained and or dirty. 9-280H1. The chain link fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. The fence is leaning and the top bar is missing. 9-305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained and a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9-306. The exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and or missing peeling paint. 47-20.20.H. There are parking facilities on this B2 zone property that are not being maintained. There are multiple potholes in the parking lot. A notice of hearing was posted on October 11th, 2025, and a pre-hearing inspection was conducted on November 5th, 2025. The property remains in violation. The city is requesting 15 days to comply for violation 18-12A. and 35 days for violations 47-19.4.8, 9-280H1, 9-305B, 9-306, and 47-20.20.H, or a fine of $100 per day per violation thereafter.
How much was the violation for 1812?
15 days.
No, I know it's 15 days. How much? $100 a day?
Yes, all of them $100.
Okay. All right, I'm going to find that there's not a sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that the violation exists. For 1812A, they'll be given 15 days to come into compliance or face a fine of $100 a day. For the remaining violations, it'll be 35 days to come into compliance or a fine of $100 a day.
Thank you.
Next case, Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 2508-0312, case address 108 Southwest 24th Avenue, owner TML Enterprises LLC, posted at property 101025, posted at 1 East Broward 102025.
Ramon Oliveira, Code Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 250-80312 for the property located at 108 Southwest 24th Avenue. Notice of special magistrate hearing posted October 10th, 2025. The property was first inspected on August 15, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 18-12.8 complied. There is overgrowth on this property and its swale. This is a repeat violation of case CE 240-70195. Fines will begin to accrue from the date the violation was first observed until compliance is met. 9-306. There are areas of the fascia that have stains and missing peeling paint. As of a pre-hearing inspection conducted on November 5th, 2025, the property is not in compliance. The city is requesting to impose fines in the amount of $50 per day for each day repeat violation 18-12.8 was observed. The violation was observed a total of 5 times. The dates the violation was observed were on August 15, August 20th, August 22nd, August 23rd, and August 27th. Furthermore, the city is requesting 35 days to come into compliance of Section 9-306 or a fine of $100 per day thereafter until compliance is met.
For 1812, you're looking for $250, is that right?
That's correct.
All right, I'm going to find that there's notice, sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that the violation exists. For 1812A, it's in compliance, but it was out of compliance. It was a repeat violation, and the fine ran for 5 days upon it being reobserved. There'll be a fine of $250. 9-306, they'll be given 35 days to come into compliance or face a fine of $50 a day.
Next case, page 33, Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 2509-0148, case address 1198 Southwest 27th Avenue, owner Sunlight Investments, Inc., posted at property 101025, posted at 1 East Broward 102025.
Ramon Oliveira, Code Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 250-90148 for the property located at 1198 Southwest 27th Avenue. Notice of hearing posted October 10th, 2025. The property was first inspected on September 6, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 47-22.9 complied. Signs have been erected without the required permits from the City of Fort Lauderdale. The signs are described as a black feather flag banner with the words Gastro Bar printed on it, a brown feather flag banner with the word coffee printed on it, and an A-frame sign with the words lunch special and karaoke written and pasted on the sides. This is a recurring violation to case CE 241-20335. 47-19.9.8.5.8 complied. 47-20.20.h complied. As of a pre-hearing inspection conducted on November 5th, 2025, the property is in full compliance. The city is requesting a finding of fact for recurring violation 47-22.9.
Okay, I'm going to find that there's notice, sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that the violations did exist but are now in compliance. You're looking for a finding of fact on 47-22.9, and that's the only one, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and I'll make a finding of fact for 47-22.9 that it did exist and will be a repeat violation in the future.
Next case, page 34, Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 250700843, case address 2605 Southwest 13th Place, owner Geraldine McTeer, posted at property 101025, posted at 1 East Broward 102025.
Ramon Oliveira, Code Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 250-70843 for the property located at 2605 Southwest 13th Place. Notice of special magistrate posted on October 10th, 2025. The property was first inspected on July 30th, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 9-280H1. Both the wooden fence and chain link fence at this property are in disrepair. The wood fence is missing slats and the chain link fence has areas where the post is missing, the mesh is loose, and the top bar is bent and not attached. 18-12.A, there is overgrowth on the property and the swale. 9-308B, there is a black tarp on the roof being held down by loose bricks or another element which is not permanent on the roof. 9-305B, withdrawn. 9-313.A, complied. 47-34.1.A.1, there is illegal outdoor storage occurring at this property. The items being stored outdoors include, but is not limited to, yellow and white plastic bags, empty pots, pieces of wood, and other miscellaneous items and debris. As of a pre-hearing inspection conducted on November 5th, 2025, the property is not in compliance. The city is requesting 35 days to come into compliance of sections 9-280H1 and 9-308B, or a fine of $50 per day thereafter for each violation until compliance is met. The city is also requesting 15 days to come into compliance of section 18-12A and 47-34.1.A.1, or a fine of $50 per day thereafter for each violation until compliance is met.
Okay, I'm going to find that there's notice. Sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that the violations exist. The respondent will be given 35 days for 9280H1, 9-308B, and I think that's it. 15 days for 1812A, and 15 days for 4734.1A1, $50 a day for each violation.
Next case, page 35, Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 25070151, case address 1341 Southwest 25th Avenue, owner R&G Friedman Investments LLC, posted at property 101025, posted at Wendy's Broward 102025.
Ramon Oliveira, Code Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 250-70151 for the property located at 1341 Southwest 25th Avenue. Notice of hearing posted October 10th, 2025. The property was first inspected on July 5th, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 9-305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the property and swale area. 9-306. The exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior walls, soffits, and fascia that are missing paint. 9-313.A complied, 18-4.C complied, 18-12.A complied. As of a pre-hearing inspection on November 5th, 2025, the property is not in compliance. The city is requesting 35 days to come into compliance of section 9-305B and 9-306, or a fine of $100 per day thereafter for each violation until compliance is met.
All right, I'll find that there's notice. Sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that the violations exist. The respondent will be given 35 days for each violation or face a fine of $100 a day.
Next case, Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 2508-0004, case address 405 Southwest 25th Terrace, owner Tony Hune, posted at property 101025, posted at Wendy's Broward 102025.
Ramon Oliveira, Code Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 250-80004 for the property located at 405 Southwest 25th Terrace. Notice of hearing posted October 10th, 2025. The property was first inspected on August 1st, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 18-1. There is under the carport storage occurring at this property that is creating a public nuisance. The items being stored under the carport include, but is not limited to, boxes, plastic storage containers, and other miscellaneous items. It is being maintained in such a manner that the property may reasonably become infested or inhabited by rodents, vermin, wild animals, or may furnish a breeding place for mosquitoes, threaten the public health, safety, or welfare, or may adversely affect and impair the economic welfare of adjacent properties. 47-34.1.8.1. There is illegal outdoor storage occurring at this RS8 zone property. The items being stored outdoors include, but is not limited to, tarps, multiple gas tanks, tools, tires, wood, black trash bags, bricks, bed frame, plastic storage containers, and other miscellaneous items. This is a recurring violation to case CE 240-60205. 47-19.2.2.2.c. There is a portable storage unit on this RS8 zone property without a permit. The unit is described as a white portable storage unit with the words pods moving and storage printed on the side. 9-305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the property and swale. 9-278E withdrawn. 47-19.2.2.4.8. There is a portable storage unit on this RS8 zone property beyond the 14 days allowed. The unit is described as a white portable storage unit with the words pods moving and storage printed on the side. The city is requesting 35 days to come into compliance of all violations or a fine of $50 per day thereafter for each violation until compliance is met. The city is also seeking a finding of fact for violation 47-34.1.8.1.
All right, I'm going to find that there's no sworn testimony of the city's uncontested that violations exist, not all of them. 9278E has been dismissed. For each violation, they'll be given 35 days to come into compliance for face fine of $50 a day. For 47-34.1A1, there'll be a finding of fact that the violation did in fact exist.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, page 39, Inspector Matthew Flesher, case number CE 25080348, case address 2216 Southwest 33rd Way, owner Daniel and Lucy Simentilli, posted at property 101525, posted at 1 East Broward 102025.
This is Matthew Flesher for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case number CE 25080348 for the property located at 2216 Southwest 33 Way. This case was first cited on August 13, 2025 for the following violations. 9-305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover, including the swale. 9-304B is complied. 9-306. The exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on November 2, 2025, and the following violations remained: 9-305B and 9-306. The city is seeking a compliance deadline of 35 days for all violations or a fine of $50 per day per violation to run thereafter.
All right, I'm going to find that there's no sworn testimony of the city's uncontested for both violations. That's 9-305B and 9-306. They'll be given 35 days to come into compliance or face fine of $50 a day.
Next case, page 43, Inspector Matthew Flesher, case number CE 25090348, case address 2406 Flamingo Lane, owner Federal Home Loan Mortgage Corp., posted at property 101525, posted at 1 East Broward 102025.
This is Matthew Flesher for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case number CE 25090348 for the property located at 2406 Flamingo Lane. This case was first cited on September 22, 2025 for the following violations. 9-305A is complied. There is growth of landscape material encroaching upon the public right-of-way. There are branches from the oak tree on the front yard that are growing over the roadway lower than 14.5 feet. Some branches were measured to approximately 11.5 feet above the road. This is a recurring violation. Refer to case number CE 25010-573. This case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation complies prior to the hearing date. 9-305B is complied. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the swale. This is a recurring violation. Refer to case number CE 23090-796. This case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation complies prior to the hearing date. 9-304B is complied. 9-306 is complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on November 2, 2025, and all the violations were complied. The city is seeking a finding of fact for violations 9-305A and 9-305B.
Okay, I find that there's no sworn testimony of the city's uncontested, that all the violations are in compliance. I'll make a finding of fact for 9-305A and 9-305B.
Page 44, Inspector Wanda Aquavella, Leonard Champagne, presenting case number CE 2508-0788, case address 814 Southwest 2nd Court, numbers 1 through 4, owner, Home 814 LLC, posted at property 102325, posted at Wendy's Broward 102025.
How come I knew I was next?
I was just joking. Okay. Leonard Champagne for the City of Fort Lauderdale for case number 2 CE 250800788, address 814 Southwest 2nd Court. The property was initially inspected on September 3rd, 2025, and the following violation was observed: 15272A. This property is being utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. Additional inspections were conducted, including a pre-hearing inspection on November 4th, 2025, where a check was revealed that the advertisement has not been taken down. The city is requesting 15 days to come into compliance or a fine of $1,000 per day thereafter, and a finding of fact that the violation does exist.
Okay, you posted the property, right, for notice?
Yes.
You posted the property, right, for notice?
Yes. Oh, yeah, there was a notice.
Okay. All right, I'm going to find that there is notice. Sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that the violation exists. The advertisement shows it as well. The respondent will be given 15 days to come into compliance or face a fine of $1,000 a day. 15 days would be November 21st.
Next case, Inspector Evan Oaks, Leonard Champagne, presenting case number CE 251000082, case address 607 Southwest 15th Street, owner John Philip Papaleo, posted at property 101125, posted at Wendy's Broward 102025.
Leonard Champagne for the City of Fort Lauderdale for case CE 251000082, property address 607 Southwest 15th Street. Property was initially inspected on October 3rd, 2025, and the following violation were observed: 15282 D1A. There are 3 violations of the city ordinance, which constitute a request for 180-day suspension of the vacation rental certificate. The qualifying violation cases are CE 25060-194 was for 15278-1E, a parking violation, and code CE 250800056 for code 15278-1E, parking violation, and 17710A, residential non-amplified sound. That's 3 violations. The city is requesting the full 180-day suspension of the vacation rental certificate.
All right, I'll find that there's notice. Sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that the violations did take place, and under the provisions of the code that provides for a suspension of the vacation rental certificate for a period of 180 days, and I'll issue that order that does that. Is that effective immediately? Yeah, I guess. Nobody's here to contest, so yes.
Next case, page 45, Inspector Evan Oaks, Leonard Champagne, presenting case number CE 250900261, case address 2406 Nassau Lane, owner Island 1 LLC, posted at property 101725, posted at Wendy's Broward 102025.
Leonard Champagne for the City of Fort Lauderdale for case CE 250900261, property address 2406 Nassau Lane. The property was initially inspected on September 11th, 2025, and the following violations were observed: 15282 D1B. There are 4 violations of the city ordinance, which constituted a request for 365-day suspension of the vacation rental certificate. Under the following cases, case CE 2505060 was for 15278-2B, maximum occupancy exceeded, 15278-1E for parking, and 181 is a public nuisance for parking. And case CE 25060-318 for 15278-3, trash cars. The city is requesting the full 365-day suspension of the vacation rental certificate.
Okay, I'll find that there's notice. Sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that the 4 prior violations did exist under the provisions of the code that provides for a mandatory 365-day suspension, and I'll impose that order.
Next case, Inspector Evan Oaks, Leonard Champagne presenting case number CE 25090265, case address 2524 Gulfstream Lane, owner CH 2524 Gulfstream Lane LLC, posted at property 10/15/25, posted at 1 East Broward 10/20/25.
Leonard Champagne for the City of Fort Lauderdale for KCE 25090265, property address 2524 Gulfstream Lane. This property was initially inspected on September 11th, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 15282 D1A, there are 3 violations of the city ordinance which constitute a request for 180-day suspension of the vacation rental certificate. The qualifying vacation cases are CE 25060202, 17710A, non-amplified sound, case CE 25070820, 17710A, non-amplified sound, and 15275.5, responsible party failed to respond. There are 3 violations. In total, the city is requesting the full 180-day suspension of the vacation rental certificate.
I don't find that there's notice. Sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that the 3 prior violations did exist under the terms of the city code. 3 prior violations call for the suspension of a vacation rental certificate for 180 days, and I'll issue that order. All right, can we do this? I got to get out of this chair for like 2 minutes. Can we just take a 5-minute break here?
Next case, page 47. Inspector Gail Williams, case number CE 25040-319, case address 1401 Northwest 7th Terrace. Owner Peria Sannon and Erlande John Baptiste. This case was first heard 9/9/25 to comply by 9/19/25 and 10/14/25. 9 sections complied at $150 per day, $2,550 total, and the city is requesting no fines.
So there's nothing for me to do then in this case, is there?
Yep, we're requesting no fines.
Right, okay.
Next case, page 49, Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 25050-733, case address 920 Northeast 16th Avenue, owner 920 Northeast 16th Avenue, LLC. This case was first heard 7/8/25 to comply by 8/12/25 and 9/9/25. One section complied at $100 per day for a total of $800. One section not complied at $100 per day for a total of $5,800, $6,600 total. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
Okay, I'll find that there's notice in accordance with Massey versus Charlotte County. I'll find that, accept the city's testimony that the order has been complied with. I'll impose the fine and note for the record that the fines continue to accrue.
Next case, page 51, Inspector Bovary Exantis, case number CE 24080-465, case address 1159 Northwest 9th Avenue, owner USA Rio Jara LLC. This case was first heard 4/24/25 to comply by 5/9/25 and 6/26/25. 3 sections complied at $100 per day, $4,800 accrued, and the city is requesting the full amount.
All right, I'll find that there's notice in accordance with Massey versus Charlotte County. I'll accept the testimony of the city that the order, that the case is in compliance, but there's existing fines and impose those fines.
Next case, page 52, Inspector Bovary Exantis, case number CE 2404-0440, case address 1025 Northwest 13th Street, owner Samuel Leonard Fletcher. This case was first heard 7/24/25 to comply by 8/28/25. One section complied at $50 per day for a total of $1,450. One section not complied at $50 per day for a total of $3,500. Grand total $4,950. The city's requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
I'll find that there's notice in accordance with Massey versus Charlotte County. Accept the sworn testimony of the city that one violation is still in non-compliance, and I'll impose the fine and note for the record that the fine continues to accrue.
Next case, Inspector Bovary Exantis, case number CE 2405-0600, case address 1513 Northwest 15th Avenue, owner Juliet Whiskey 2 LLC. This case was first heard 6/26/25 to comply by 7/6/25 and 7/24/25. One section complied at $100 per day, $6,000 accrued. 3 sections not complied at $100 per day, $33,300 accrued for a total of $39,300. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
Okay, I'll find that there's notice in accordance with Massey versus Charlotte County. Accept the sworn testimony that the order has been complied with. I'll certify the fine, and I'll note for the record that the fines continue to accrue.
Our next case, page 53, Inspector Bovary Exantis, case number CE 2412-0179, case address 1425 Northwest 13th Court, owner Luziane Justilian. This case was first heard 6/26/25 to comply by 7/6/25 and 7/24/25. 6 sections not complied at $100 per day, $66,600 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
Okay, I'll note for the record that there is notice in accordance with Massey versus Charlotte County. I'll accept the sworn testimony of the city that the order has not been fully complied with. I'll impose the fines and note that the fines continue to accrue.
Next case, page 57, Inspector Vanessa Willis, case number CE 2501-0119, case address 1135 Northwest 5th Court, owner Graciela Sosana. This case was first heard 6/26/25 to comply by 7/6/25 and 8/28/25. 6 sections not complied at $100 per day, $57,900 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue. And this is to also vacate the last order imposing fine and to reimpose the fine. The last order was noticed in the old business section when it should have been noticed in the Massey section.
I wonder if that's an issue, but I mean, that's fine. I'll be happy to vacate it. I'll find that there's notice in accordance with Massey versus Charlotte County. Sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that the order has not been complied with. I'll vacate the prior order and reimpose the finding of fact. The imposition of fine. And note for the record that the fines continue to accrue.
Next case, page 58, Inspector Vanessa Willis, case number CE 25050127, case address 905 Northwest 5th Street, owner Vile LLC. This case was first heard 7/28/25 to comply by 8/3/25 and 8/28/25. 4 sections not complied at $100 per day, $33,000 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
Okay, I'll find that there's notice in accordance with Massey versus Charlotte County. Sworn testimony of the city is uncontested. The order hasn't been complied with. I'll impose the fine and note that for the record that the fines continue to accrue.
Next case, page 61, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 250300295, case address 3700 Jackson Boulevard, owner Garrier Investments LLC. This case was first heard 7/24/25 to comply by 8/3/25, 8/8/25, and 8/28/25. 3 sections complied at $100 per day for a total of $3,000. The city is requesting $510.
All right, I'll find that there's notice in accordance with Massey versus Charlotte County. I accept the sworn testimony of the city that the property is currently in compliance. I'll reduce the fine amount to $510.
Our next case, page 65, Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 241000725, case address 833 Southwest 14th Court, numbers 1 and 2, owner Henriette Markwell. This case was first heard 2/27/25 to comply by 3/9/25 and 5/29/25. 1 suspension from 7/24/25 to 11/19/25. 2 sections not complied at $200 per day, $22,400 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
Okay, I'll find that there's notice in accordance with Massey versus Charlotte County. Sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that the violations still exist. The order has been complied with, and I'll impose the fine and note for the record that the fines continue to accrue.
Next case, Inspector Mohammed Dayam, case number CE 2504082, case address 1442 Southwest 27th Court, owner Althea Ordway. This case was first heard 6/26/25 to comply by 7/11/25 and 8/28/25. 1 section complied at $50 per day, $800 accrued. The city is requesting no fines.
Okay, I'll find that there's notice in accordance with Massey versus Charlotte County. I'll accept the sworn testimony of the city that the order is now fully complied, that the existing fines will be waived. There'll be no fines.
No fines. The city is requesting to enter pages 69 and 70 into today's hearing as an exhibit. It is the city's list of complied, closed, withdrawn, and rescheduled cases.
Okay, that's done.
This concludes the special magistrate hearing agenda for Thursday, November 6th.
Wait. Yes. The what?
Oh.
I'm sorry?
Oh.
Oh, I thought you were saying, okay, sorry.
This concludes the special magistrate hearing agenda for Thursday, November 6th, 2025.
And if